And we're on to our first item for today, which is recreation fees and charges for discussion, which is presented by Ms. Mandy Foster and Mr. J. Dio. Please take it away. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mandy Foster. I'm the Manager of Recreation, and today I'll be presenting on the follow-up to the Council resolution from October 7th, 2025 special business meeting. At the October 7th, 2025 special business meeting, Council directed staff to bring the recreation service fees and charges back for discussion at a future committee of the whole meeting. Section 194 of the Community Charter is the primary legislation governing municipal fees in BC. Local government bodies may impose fees for the provision of services, use of property, exercise of regulatory authority, or for obtaining copies of records. Generally, fees are charged on a user pay basis. Those who benefit from the service bear the cost. Staff's role is to assess and recommend fees and charges in accordance with areas where fees can be recovered. The amount charged should be sufficient to support cost recovery to ensure the service's current and future sustainability. Over the past 20 years, staff have highlighted some key dates related to recreation fees and charges in the report. Recreation has not had regular increases before 2026, with its last update in 2018. Recreation Services has not implemented a consistent approach to updating the recreation fees and charges schedule. This can occur due to staff turnover and the capacity required to review fees on a regular basis. Staff are now focusing on dedicating appropriate capacity to review fees and charges annually. The annual review of fees and charges is beneficial because there is less of an impact on users when smoothed in year over year, as opposed to having to do a significant catch-up after a number of years. Annual reviews of fees and charges help account for rising operational costs, ensuring continuity of existing service levels and continued growth. Operational costs increase annually for several categories of expenses, including staff wages and volume of staffing, equipment, supplies and materials, utilities. Many of these increases are impacted by inflation. Some are based on community demand, staff time to support sustained or increased access. Regionally, the district is estimated to be 40 to 200% below regional averages for comparable fees and charges. Incremental increases are being recommended over the coming years to enable the department to align with regional averages while gradually managing the impact to recreation users and the community. This chart shows the recreation fees and charges formula for the facility rentals adopted in the last fees and charges bylaw update. The model establishes a base adult local nonprofit rate as the foundation, with adjustments applied to ensure equitable and strategic fees across users. Youth local nonprofit rates are set at 50% below the adult local nonprofit rate to support access and participation. Fees for the general public resident are set at 75% premium to reflect resident usage. General public non-resident / commercial rates are established at 100% above the base rate to support cost recovery and the revenue generating nature of commercial users. A formula to better refine the admission rate would be a consideration for future work as staff capacity allows and as directed by council. All items outside of rentals and admissions, example, advertising, towel and lock rentals, were increased by 5% in 2026 to account for inflation. As mentioned, these fees had not been increased since 2018. In section 18.7 of the current fees and charges bylaw outlines how standard fees and charges for all recreation program services are determined. Staff will work on defining this section in more detail in future updates. Subsidies that were implemented for trial purposes need to be permanently integrated into the bylaw. These include subsidies for user groups who serve the community of Squamish, including Squamish Search and Rescue and Squamish RCMP. Applicants who receive funding from the district, community granting organizations, may then use a portion of those fees toward district fees such as room rental expenses. Staff are determining an approach on how to effectively manage the redundancy to develop a more efficient process for the community and staff. Staff are mindful of financial accessibility, as that is an important consideration for recreation services. Each fee category is reviewed to ensure fees and charges remain affordable for the community and align with relevant district strategies. If there are large gaps in fee comparisons with regional counterparts, staff recommend that fees be increased gradually to mitigate impact on recreation users as outlined earlier. An example of considering financial accessibility is outlined in the report. In 2026, summer camp fees were reduced to ensure child care is affordable and accessible to the community. This aligns with the district's 2018 to 2023 Squamish Child Care and Needs Assessment Strategy. Recreation Services is not able to determine who is a resident versus who is a non-resident, as that information is not required when creating an account in the software Explore Rec. If this was required, it would significantly increase administrative requirements, as residency documentation would need to be reviewed and confirmed. A negative consequence may increase customer frustration, which may be taken out on frontline staff. It is estimated that 5% of the current customer data on file represents non-resident users. A review of resident, non-resident fee value may be completed in a larger scope of work around future fees and charges framework update. Currently, it is not recommended to implement a resident, non-resident fee structure for admissions. Staff recommend fees and charges bylaw updates to be done annually to consider changes in operating costs year over year while maintaining regionally comparable fees. Fees are a source of revenue which offset operating costs and minimize impacts to taxation to allow for continuity and delivery of recreation services to the community. Annual increases will continue to be recommended to relevant fee categories to offset operational costs and maintain reasonable alignment with regionally comparable fees. Staff will continue to explore opportunities to continually improve recreation fees and charges updates process, including reviewing relevant fees and charges for bylaw inclusion, cost recovery calculation updates, reviewing subsidy frameworks and cost recovery formulas aligned with best practices, improving financial accessibility, exploring opportunities for more community feedback, resident and non-resident formal review, fees and charges to support infrastructure costs, and develop systems to monitor and benchmark. Much of this work requires extensive staff capacity, which is beyond its typical operational capacity. Staff will seek opportunities to build this work into existing processes or projects where possible, and will request appropriate funding through the budget process to advance priorities where relevant. That concludes my presentation for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. I'll move on to questions now. If there's anyone, Mayor Herford.
Thank you for all your work and the presentation. I think the resident, non-resident piece is really interesting. Thank you for highlighting the complexity, like the sort of the pitfall that may have. The commercial piece, which is sort of the fees are calculated adjacent to that, is that something that is coming into play with facilities rentals and so on? Just you spoke to sort of half of that that category. They were sort of in there as the same category as non-resident and commercial. Does commercial have similar complexities about it, or is that something that's easier to do? And I guess I'll also throw in what percentage, if we're guessing that non-resident's 5, like is commercial 5 or 0.5 or something larger?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, the general public, non-resident, and commercial is all lumped in as one for rentals. And so that takes into account that commercial are typically for profit. They generate revenue, so we charge them more. The admissions rate is where we don't differentiate between resident and commercial. And as far as the commercial piece, I don't have a number for you at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then I was curious, just
Something on that, I think.
Just on this point, like I was confused too. Are we talking about for like if I'm just coming as an individual to go swimming, that's when the resident non-resident is a challenge. But if it's a group wanting to rent a field or a bunch of fields, we would consider the resident non-resident thing there. Is that kind of what we're saying?
Thank you for the question through the chair. That's correct. When we have an organization who comes to do a rental, generally, you know, by the name of the organization, or if they're not for profit, they have to prove that, which also includes proof of residency. So it's a much smaller volume. And so, yes, it's easier to.
Okay, Mayor Herbert, continue.
Yeah, thank you. The sort of the comparables I thought was an interesting piece, like to sort of where we are in the market. But I was thinking about how, I guess we look at percentage of cost recovery. You could express that as level of subsidy per per user group across our rec services, and how is that? You spoke a little bit about assessing that cost recovery piece, but what sort of philosophy is there around this? Are we looking for equity in rates to access, or equity in the form of subsidy per user or facility, or like how? I see there's a lot to. I get the complexity there. I'm just curious if you can add some sort of like what lens you're using as you look at these things.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So typically in community recreation, a principle is financial accessibility. There's already established subsidies over time, which are in the existing fees and charges. Generally, that supports subsidies based on age cohorts. Usually, it's those that, depending on if they can afford it or not, or more likely to afford it or not, will have a higher or lower subsidy. For example, youth and seniors have a higher subsidy access because they typically have more difficulty in affording those rates.
I just want to clarify.
Sure.
I appreciate that. I think when I said subsidy, I was more speaking of like that broader sense of if the fees are meant to recover, they're not recovering 100% of the cost of delivering the service. So I meant overall that like community subsidy to the service, not necessarily the individual piece.
Yeah.
And just, I know in transit we have an understanding of what we expect the fare box to cover.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a feeling
Sure.
for that piece. So I'm using subsidy maybe in a different sense than I think.
Yeah. So we don't have a defined and established cost recovery target or mandate for recreation services. We're at roughly about 25% cost recovery currently, and we're looking to increase that cost recovery to up to 30% within our financial plan over the next 10 years. So that is kind of where we're benchmarked right now, but there's no defined cost recovery amount, and that might be a part of future work as well.
Okay, and yeah, thank you. That's the number. That's the type of thing I was looking for, and I think. And do we have an understanding, or is this the future work, which is a fine answer as well, around what that means in the various user groups, like at the pool to the rink to a field user group? Like, are we recovering roughly the like similar amount through the fee through cost recovery, or is there something that's out of whack that way? That's just another way of for me, this is a piece of like there's competitive being reasonable in the marketplace, but then there's there's another piece of equity in here. I'm just trying to understand so that we are intentional about where we arrive.
Through the chat, thanks for the question. It is quite varying based on the portfolio or area that we support. For example, youth services is 100% fully subsidized, whereas field rentals is there's a higher level of cost recovery for field rentals. So and then it changes based on age group and residency or non-residency. So we'd like to continue to refine and dial that in, but it requires more of a framework update that we need to do with more capacity in the future.
Okay, that's great. Any other questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. One of the, council has responsibility and the authority to set the fees. And one of the things that I would really like to have a better handle on are the actual quantities that we're talking, the quantitative values. So do we have a quantification for how much the increases, things like staff wages, staff volume, equipment, supplies, materials, and utilities, the things that we've mentioned are increasing? Completely understand that they are increasing. Do we have quantification for that? Can we see how much they are increasing?
Thank you for the question through the chair. For staffing, that follows the collective agreement, regular increases, which are on average about 3% a year. The other ones, I don't have an actual concrete number at this time, but we know like utilities are consistently increasing. Our recreation equipment gets replaced as it wears out, and of course that cost replacement goes up and all of that.
Yeah, and through the chair, I'll add that, yeah, we typically apply like an inflationary formula to a lot of our supplies and materials and equipment. And then we've accounted for a little bit of a higher increase because we have not updated fees and charges since 2018. So there's a bit of a catch up as well. All of the increases in revenue expectations are quantified in the financial plan, based on the cost center. So they're in there. We kind of show it that way. The difference from the previous year to the next year is typically through fee increases. So that's how we're typically showing it, is through that method.
Yeah, just a clarification on that. And so when you say through the financial plan, that's in one of the line items in the revenue. So it's one line item in the financial plan.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And the second piece is related to this, is this fees covering a portion of operating expenses, right? And I think you spoke to a 25% cost recovery. That's a broad 25%. As we've talked about, there's different types of fees. There's rental, there's field rentals versus day user fees versus people having annual passes. Do you have a sense of, or can you share any additional quantified information about where that cost recovery is? Like, how do we get that 25%? And I don't mean how, like, where are the numbers that show us the 25%? I'm not denying, not questioning the 25%. I just want to see what numbers are going into it.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So typically, sorry, through the chair, it's typically your revenues divided by expenses, which you can track in the variance reports. So our revenues are roughly about $840,000 annually as in 2025. Our expenses were roughly $3.3 million for facilities and recreation costs, which is roughly a cost recovery rate of 25%. So that's how we typically calculate the cost recovery formula.
Okay, and so, and that expenses piece, that really speaks to, this ties these two things together. Does council have any greater insight into the breakdown of the expenses from that 3.3 million? Or is that just, do we just see that in the variance report and through special operating projects? And
through the chair, thanks for the question. You can break, I don't know the level of detail that council can break down the variance reports, but that's typically where you have the information. Maybe I'll pass it over to Ms. Boxford for more information.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So Budget Book was launched last year, and that has the operating detail, and that breaks it down more on the account level. So you can see that information within Budget Book. It's not part of our financial planning process to council each year. It more comes out in because it's operations, and that's way into the details. So, but absolutely, you can see it in the Budget Book if you want more information on that. In 2027 to 2035, or sorry, 26 to 2035 financial plan, we're even detailing even more in Budget Book this year.
Great. I'll have a look in budget book and see if I can find it. And then the last piece is we setting fees is a balance between setting cost recovery targets and obviously keeping costs low and looking at regional averages. Yeah. So this informed the estimate that we are 40 to 200% below regional averages. Do you have? I just want to see, what are we talking about? Is this the day user fee? Is this the rental fees? Is this some combination of all the above?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So yes, it depends on the type of category. For example, where we are 400% below average, regional average is in our artificial turf field for youth fee for prime time, compared to the combination of the regional average, which was Whistler, North Vancouver and West Vancouver. But then the other ones where we are closer, again, it's just different fee categories within the fees and charges.
And just to understand, I think it was 200% below. What does that mean? Is that half, or our fees are half of what theirs are, a third of what theirs are? The 200% below is confusing to me.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think 4 times the amount. So 100% is 2 times the amount, and 200% is 4 times the amount of our current rate.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Just picking up on that last response, can I just clarify the comparator or regional communities that you took into account were Whistler, North Van, and West Van? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question through the chair. That's correct.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Just 2 questions that actually came out of your presentation. One was the suggestion of future work that would look at reducing the redundancy in the community granting component. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a little bit more, because I actually think we were really deliberate when we did set up the community granting policy with the Squamish Community Foundation to try and address an issue that was occurring, where we actually had user groups that were applying for community grants and asking for in-kind. And so there were like 2 parallel tracks, and we made a decision that community groups would actually just have to apply for the cost thereof of the rental facility and apply it back to the district. Even though it felt like an extra step, it meant that it was all aligned into one process as opposed to 2 parallel processes of asking for an in-kind result or in-kind rental fee from the district and a community grant through the Squamish Community Foundation. So I want to make sure we don't go backwards on that, and what the intention there is in trying to streamline that.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the intention is for those that receive grants through community granting organizations, that if they are spending those funds on facility rentals, that they're not paying the district back administratively through the grant funds that they've received. So they can apply for those funds, but we haven't administratively coordinated yet that process. So we haven't moved backwards. We've addressed it in the policy. We just need to administratively manage it.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you. And then I was just curious about the estimate of the 5% non-resident users. And given that we're not collecting residential information, I'm just curious where that number is coming from.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So of the individuals or families who have created accounts in Explore Rec and chose to disclose their address, we ran a report, and about 5% of those people were non-resident.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Pettengill.
Just going forward from a data perspective, are we able to break down our spending per activity group or sort of sport?
Thanks for the question through the chair. We can. It is that's probably one of the parts of reviewing our like framework and data collection and administrative processes around this, that we'd have to consider capacity to do that effectively. Yeah, we can just take it back and see if it's possible, but I think it would require more capacity to consider how that's done.
Okay, and then do we? I think I heard that there's sort of more work to come on adjusting the fee levels in the future and so on. Will there be council involvement in that? Like, I would think there might be some place for council and the community through council to weigh in on how we manage subsidies. Like, is it sort of knowing, everything is $10 per hour, sort of no matter what sport you play, versus we will sort of waive 75% of the expense and charge you on that. And so there might be great variability by sport or something. Like, are those the sorts of discussions that would come back at some future date to council?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, so all of the fees firstly will come back through the bylaw updates, and then the framework and philosophy pieces and cost recovery targets would be future work based on capacity and priority. And it would absolutely come back to council.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Do we have, do you have an estimate on, or a feeling? I know you probably don't have the number off the top of your head. How many annual passes, what fraction of our visitors purchase annual passes versus day use?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I don't even have a ballpark for you.
And through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, depending on the age category as well, we can definitely provide that information to council, though we run those reports. Yeah, I can provide them.
Yeah, I'll just expand, this isn't a question for staff, but expanding on my thinking here, an annual pass for a family of 4, depending on the age mix of the family, would be ranging from $1,200 to $1,600 per year for Brennan Park. And I think that there might be an opportunity for us to substantively reduce that family pass, the cost to a family for purchasing an annual pass, thereby giving folks, and obviously it's folks that live here that would do that, thereby effectively giving folks who live here the ability to access the facilities year round for a effectively discounted rate. And I recognize that the discounted rate, the annual pass rate is already discounted on the day rate, but that's clear. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Are there any other questions from council? Okay, well then I'm looking for a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Do you have any comments, Councillor French?
Indeed, I do. Thank you. In putting this motion forward, I wanted to express my support for the notion of taking our 25% cost recovery that we see now to the 30% future goal. I think that that figure of 30% is reasonable and justifiable, and is obviously 5% better budget scenario for the District of Squamish.
Councillor Anderson, do you have comments?
Thank you. This is more a general comment for my colleagues relative to for staff. The staff report discusses user pay principle and ensuring future sustainability of services, quote unquote. Squamish fees are among the lowest. I think I saw that in a section of the report. When this comment comes up, not only for district facilities, but other facilities in town, like school district facilities, the comment comes back from user groups, yes, but what are we getting? We have general issues regarding facilities accessibility. We have a deficit, not only in recreation, but also in the cultural side. User groups that are facing these fees are concerned about stability for their nonprofit organizations programming, both in the cultural and the recreational side. there's lots of frustrations. We know we hear about it all the time. Just for example, yesterday I encountered a community theater volunteer saying, yes, we got this storage unit rental bill from the district, among many other things, and it's just another burden for us. We're really challenged all around. So my comment is that we should be mindful that we should be concerned about making plans for expanding our recreational cultural infrastructure and even to assess our future needs. And so when we discuss with the community raising these fees, we should keep this in mind. It's going to be part of the conversation inevitably. We have been delaying making those plans. And I suggest we should keep this in mind as we look to have some balance in the fees that we're charging user groups who are challenged in many respects concerning facility accessibility. Thank you.
Thanks. And other comments? Councillor or Mayor Herper?
Yeah, thank you for your work on this, and I really appreciate the conversation today. I think the piece about comparables, I think, is really challenging when I think about conversations I've heard out of Metro Vancouver and just how that sort of ecosystem works. Paid parking at facilities is something that I think should be considered as part of this. Not so much we need to roll out paid parking here, but the turf fields in West Vancouver is supported by paid parking as well on top of the user fees. So it is really, really hard to get, and that's just one little piece that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's other layers to this to really understand the comparables, but I do think it's an important discussion. And this 25-30% sort of zone that we live in for how much the folks using our rec services are contributing to the delivery of that, I think is something that we need to keep in mind as an organization as we move to expand services and meet the needs of the community. Is that that the gap that the municipality is covering, and I think it's important that we do so. I'm not saying that I'm anti that, but it's a fact, and we need to make sure that we, I think, keep that front of mind as we make decisions around this table as to what it means to increase facilities and what percentage of those costs we're taking on and which percentage of those costs we're just able to recover from community as we balance out all those financial accessibility for community groups or community groups, as well as sort of financial health and viability in the long term for the organization. So really complicated little piece of the puzzle, and I really appreciate the time we spent with it today. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this report back to us and the discussion amongst my council colleagues today. I think this is an interesting piece of the work that we do and one that really pulls at the values of our community because recreation really is the core of what connects our community, makes us healthy, and supports so many community organizations. I recognize that there really isn't a decision for us here today. It really was just to dig into it a little bit more. And we've already made the decision to increase our fees over the next few years to get to that 30% cost recovery, which I think is fair and reasonable. But I think really going anything above that at this time would be difficult to do. I think given the quality of the facilities that we have and the challenges that people have with accessibility to the facilities and the demand. So I think as we continue to invest in our facilities and they get better over time, then we can probably justify increasing those fees more. But I think it's also important for our community to recognize that even though our facilities are aging, it still costs a lot of money to operate them, and those costs aren't going down anytime soon. And so incrementally increasing them, I think, makes good sense to that 30%. In the next steps component, appreciate staff's real focus on how we could do this incrementally to continue to pull at some of these strings of setting our fees and charges in a way that continues to focus on financial accessibility to recreation. I think has always been a core value of our community. And to me, that's first and foremost. Just the one on the list that I think I may have even brought it up in our last meeting or one of my council colleagues did, but I'm not overly concerned about reviewing the resident, non-resident value component at this point. I think there are larger regional tensions around that conversation, but it's also not something that I necessarily want to play into. If there are folks outside of the district of Squamish who are using our facilities, that's well and good. And there are other mechanisms that we can use to ensure that they're paying their fair share of the taxation revenue as well. But just wanted to make that comment. Thanks so much.
Thanks. And Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks very much for bringing this back. It was one of our resolutions that brought it here. It was great. I'm supportive of the reality of annual increases, and I think we're better off to plan for it so that user groups and residents can expect these increases to happen because we know that many of them are there. I think that the question of the cost recovery rate, I think that deserves a conversation on council and a deeper understanding. I don't know what I don't know what comparator communities have for cost recovery at their rec services. Is it 25? Is it 15? Is it 35? I don't really know. And to me, that's the core of the question for council, is how much is what the cost recovery is, more so than what the exact fee is. And there are two pieces to that cost recovery. There's the cost, that 3.3 million in operating expense, and the recovery, which is how much is paid in fees. And I think we have a responsibility of looking at both of those pieces. Regarding a day rate for the resident versus non-resident, I completely see I would not want frontline staff to have to ask, are you a resident or not a resident? I can see that creating a lot of conflict, and I'm not interested in pursuing resident, non-resident for a day rate. But we already do it for rentals, facility rentals, and I think there may be scope to do it for annual passes to give families that ability to, rather than spending like a family of 4 to go to the pool for an hour, it's probably what, $30, somewhere in that range with taxes somewhere in that ballpark, right? Versus having an annual pass. I think we may actually have more families committing to regularly visiting Brennan Park and feeling like home in a place where they choose to purchase a membership. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Cindy. Oh, yeah. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks for this. I think I'm maybe most interested into a future discussion, which will probably be not this council, but a future council that discusses I don't know if we have a full title for it, but a framework. And just, I think community access to a recreation center is important and has value, much like a school and so on, and something that everyone should pay into. And I guess we get that with our current 25% user fee recovery, but what is the right number? Should it be 0% recovery and we all contribute? And there may be some sports or activities just have too high a per capita cost, and those maybe need much higher user fees. And so having that deeper understanding and that community conversation of what that looks like and where our values are will be an exciting, I assume, conversation, and one that I look forward to. Thank you.
Thanks. I just have a couple of brief comments of my own. Thanks so much for doing this work. It's always interesting to see, rates in different communities and how other communities are dealing with these things. I do have concerns around making sure that we keep our facilities affordable for people to access. I think you're pretty switched on to that. And I generally like the idea of having a different fee for non-residents. Like personally, I've visited lots of facilities where they just ask, are you a resident or a non-resident? I don't think we should put any onus on staff to ask for evidence of that. And frankly, we have a lot of residents who probably don't have, evidence that they're residents, right? So, but just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be a full thing of checking information and all these pieces. It could just be a question. And if that seems palatable, then maybe it is. But yeah, that's all I had. I see you smirking. I'm going to call to question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thanks. Thank you very much. And council, is everybody okay if we just skip our break? Because we're right on time if we do. And we just had some. Yeah, well, yeah, but Sure. 3-minute recess. Us started again with a conversation around tourism, economic impact, and resident survey findings, which is presented by some external people from Tourism Squamish, Ms. Courtney Dashper, Ms. Lesley Weeks, and Mr. Rodney Wilson. Thank you. Take it away.
Dashper, our Senior Manager of Destination Planning and Insights, and we have Rodney, who is the Chair of Tourism Squamish as well. So Tourism Squamish recently undertook 2 significant studies to better understand tourism in Squamish. An economic impact study completed in partnership with InterVistas Consulting and a resident sentiment survey. This work was undertaken to better understand the scale of visitation, tourism's economic contribution, the impacts and opportunities connected to tourism, and how tourism intersects with broader community planning and infrastructure discussions. Today, we want to share some of these key findings with you, but also highlight what they reinforce for us moving forward. That tourism is deeply interconnected with many of the same systems and planning conversations the district is already managing. I'll start with some context around why we undertook the studies, and then Courtney will walk through some of the key findings and what they tell us. This work was primarily about updating the tourism baseline and grounding tourism conversations in current data. The previous study was conducted jointly between Tourism Squamish and the District of Squamish in 2018. And since then, Squamish has experienced significant change. Population growth, increased visitation, changing recreation patterns, and increasing pressure on shared infrastructure and public spaces. Beyond the numbers themselves, the broader goal was to create a shared evidence base to support future conversations around tourism management, infrastructure, stewardship, and long-term planning. I'll hand it over to Courtney to walk through some of the key findings from the study itself.
Thanks, Lesley. So this slide helps illustrate the current scale of tourism activity and visitation in Squamish. So in 2024, Squamish saw 2 million visits, contributing to 408 million in total visitor spending. One of the clearest findings is that visitation is overwhelmingly domestic, including both day visitors and overnight guests. Squamish experiences a high volume of regional drive market visitation. What's important is how that visitation interacts with the community. So tourism in Squamish isn't concentrated within a contained visitor district or resort environment. It is experienced directly within the same spaces residents use every day, including trails, parks, parking areas, waterfront spaces, transportation corridors, and other community amenities. When we look at tourism employment, the study identified approximately 2,700 direct tourism jobs in Squamish. When indirect and induced impacts are included, tourism in Squamish supports just over 3,600 jobs across BC. One of the key takeaways is that tourism's impact extends well beyond what people traditionally think of as tourism businesses. Visitor spending supports employment across retail, food and beverage, recreation, transportation, professional services, and other supporting industries. The significance of tourism is not simply the number of tourism businesses, it's that visitation now influences a broad cross-section of the local economy and community systems. The study also identified the broader economic impacts generated by tourism activity in Squamish. The study estimated tourism generated 160 million in wages, 280 million in GDP, and roughly $500 million in total economic output in 2024. In practical terms, tourism activity supports many of the businesses residents use every day: restaurants, cafes, outdoor operators, retailers, accommodations and recreation businesses that rely in part on visitor spending to operate and employ staff locally. The broader modelling also captures the ripple effects through supporting businesses, suppliers and employee spending across the economy. Tourism is now closely connected to broader conversations around infrastructure, transportation, recreation management, public services and long-term planning. So one important finding is how tourism-related tax revenue is distributed. So tourism generates significant tax revenue through visitor spending, business activity and employment. However, only a portion remains at the municipal level, approximately $7 million or about 8% of total tourism-related tax revenues identified through the study. At the same time, many of the infrastructure and servicing pressures connected to tourism are experienced locally. And this is not unique to Squamish. Many destination communities are navigating similar challenges. While resort municipality initiative funding is often referenced in these discussions, the provincial program is currently closed to new entrants and is not presently an available mechanism for Squamish. For us, one of the important outcomes of this work is strengthening the case for more coordinated advocacy and infrastructure support from provincial and federal levels of government. Another key finding is that Squamish functions differently from many traditional resort destinations. So visitation here is highly outdoor recreation focused, strongly connected to regional drive markets and broadly distributed throughout the community. Tourism activity occurs across the shared public spaces, public infrastructure and natural spaces. That distinction matters because Squamish experiences many tourism-related pressures while functioning as a high visitation destination community that was not originally planned as one. The study also looked at how Squamish compares to other outdoor high visitation destinations, not to rank them against each other, but to better understand what kind of destination Squamish has become. What the benchmarking tells us is that Squamish is no longer looks like a small regional hub. In terms of visitor volume, Squamish now exceeds well-established BC destinations like Tofino and Penticton, both of which saw around 700,000 visitors annually compared to Squamish's 2 million. In terms of visitor profile and behaviour, Squamish has more in common with mountain communities like Banff, Dashper and Canmore, destinations built around outdoor recreation, serving high volumes of short-stay visitors from nearby metropolitan areas, with visitation distributed across natural landscapes and shared public spaces. and that's the pattern Squamish reflects. So this study doesn't introduce a new reality, it quantifies one already being felt across the community. Tourism in Squamish is economically significant, highly distributed and deeply connected to the same infrastructure and public spaces residents rely on every day. So these findings make the case for ensuring tourism is part of broader planning conversations and not treated separately. We also wanted to ensure resident perspectives were part of this conversation. So we also undertook a resident sentiment study, and the resident sentiment findings were quite clear. 86% of residents agree tourism is important to Squamish's economy. However, only 43% agree tourism enhances day-to-day quality of life. So residents are not rejecting tourism, they're asking for growth and visitation to feel better coordinated and better managed. And many of those concerns raised relate directly to infrastructure, transportation, recreation areas, and shared public spaces. And we think those are reasonable conversations for the community to be having. Ultimately, this is about ensuring Squamish continues to work well for residents while managing visitation responsibly and sustainably over the long term.
Thanks, Courtney. When we look at the economic impact study alongside the resident sentiment findings, they both reinforce the same broader message. Tourism in Squamish has reached a scale where more coordinated long-term planning is important. Many comparable communities have moved towards tourism master plans for exactly this reason, not simply as tourism marketing tools, but as integrated planning frameworks to help the communities, to help coordinate infrastructure and stewardship priorities, align tourism with community goals, identify investment needs, support advocacy efforts, and improve coordination across organizations and departments. In practical terms, this can affect everyday planning decisions. For example, when a new park, trailhead, waterfront area, or public space is being planned, are we planning for a resident population of 30,000 people? Or are we also considering the approximate 2 million visits Squamish experiences annually? What does this mean for parking, for washrooms, for garbage, transportation infrastructure, and other shared public amenities? Those are increasingly interconnected conversations. The key takeaway is not that tourism planning happens separately, but that tourism considerations increasingly need to be incorporated into the broader planning and infrastructure discussions already happening across the district. Alongside the economic analysis, a strategic review is completed to help interpret what findings mean in practice. In total, 28 strategic recommendations were identified across 5 themes, with the 6 shown here emerging as highest priority focus areas, including tourism and planning discussions, accommodation supply, infrastructure supporting higher yield visitation, experience development supporting longer stays, managed visitation, and stewardship programs. One of the clearest themes to emerge was accommodation supply. Squamish sees approximately 2 million visits annually, while having roughly 500 hotel rooms. For comparison, Whistler sees approximately 3 million annual visitors with an accommodation base of more than 10,000 hotel rooms, condos, visitor accommodation units, and infrastructure intentionally designed around overnight tourism. Tourism in Squamish is already closely connected to infrastructure, transportation, stewardship, recreation management, economic development, and broader community planning discussions. And because of that, tourism considerations increasingly need to be incorporated into the planning conversations already happening. The economic impact study and resident sentiment work were intended to help establish a shared foundation for future conversations around how tourism fits within the long-term priorities and planning discussions shaping Squamish moving forward. We recognize the district is balancing many competing priorities and infrastructure pressures. This conversation goes beyond funding support alone. We're asking for a more coordinated approach to how tourism is considered within long-term planning discussions moving forward. We see the next step as working collaboratively towards a tourism master plan that is embedded within and connected to the district's broader planning framework. It's not a standalone tourism strategy operating separately from municipal planning. That's our presentation.
All right, thank you. Then we'll open it up for questions. Who'd like to go first? You answered all of the questions. Amazing. Anyone? Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks so much for being here today and for doing all the work and being here to present to us. A few questions. First, like a high level, I'm just curious how other economic impact studies feed into this. So Squamish Access Society has done their own, SORCA does their own. How do we piece all of those together, given that they are also significant drivers of tourism?
Sure. So they sort of sit within this. So they've sort of pulled out their visitor groups that are specific to their group, whether it's mountain biking or rock climbing, and they would sit within like sort of under the overarching impact study that we did.
So do those numbers feed in? Like the SAS one was just done a few months ago, and so the numbers specifically feed into this?
Yeah, I mean, the studies were done separately, but yes, that would feed in, as in they are the same visitors represented, like in that study.
Okay, that's helpful to hear the coordination on that side. I want to dig in a little bit to the sentiments and comments that were received around the infrastructure challenges. I'm just curious if you have thoughts around like where those pain points are. Like if we're talking about parking related to tourism, is that trailhead parking? Is that like, it feels connected and also distinct in its own way. And so I'm just curious if you guys have thought through a little bit of like what infrastructure does that look like from your perspective?
You want to start and then I'll add?
Yeah, I would say having our destination stewards out during the summer months, they are hitting those sort of high traffic areas. So we do actually collect data on, they do an observation study about, you know, what they're seeing in terms of parking and trail conditions and that sort of thing. So we definitely have data on that sort of information. I'll let you speak to it a bit more, Lesley.
You've captured it. Really, it is at those recreation areas that we're focused on. So seeing the stewards have 12 different areas that they go to and record their observations. And that's where we're seeing the primary pressures. But those are the specific areas that we're looking at, is where those visitors are congregating so that we can work directly with them. There are a lot of residents in those areas as well, and we do track that as well. How many residents and how many visitors are going.
So less so like downtown parking and more so trailhead or lake parking?
We do go to the oceanfront and the farmers market. So we are in the downtown areas, but primarily to those two locations. So if we're seeing comments around parking in the downtown, it would be sort of focused around the farmers market area or at the oceanfront.
And then I'm just wondering if you could go, maybe you won't be able to go back to the slide, but I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit more about the objectives of the tourism master plan and how we see that integrating to other economic development work that the district would probably lead on, and like the role of tourism Squamish versus the district. I know we've kind of gone back and forth on this a few times, so I would just love to hear your current thoughts on it.
Yep. Do you want to?
Which slide would you like me to go to?
On the tourism master plan, objectives, outcomes, I think it's maybe 3
Do you
slides
want
back.
to just go over what is included? In
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one?
yeah. I think probably that one.
That one? Yes.
Yeah, so in terms of the goal would for it to be to sort of sit and be embedded within the other existing plans that the district has, and it would look at things like visitor management and flow, infrastructure and servicing needs, accommodation strategy, experience and product development, stewardship and environmental sustainability, community engagement and advocacy frameworks. So in a practical sense, it might look like, as a destination management organisation, we promote local trails within the area, and a tourism master plan, you know, a small section of that would address questions like how many visitors can those trails sustainably support, what infrastructure is needed to serve that volume, and how should that be factored into any capital planning depending on who's the sort of land manager of that. So it's more having that broad stroke of planning rather than the more ad hoc reactive siloed nature.
So it's similar to many of your other plans, like your real estate master plan or your parks and rec. And it would be an additional master plan and a lens through which the planning department and yourselves would sort of look at as you move forward and make decisions around certain areas, so that it's not a separate study that sits off to the side. And that's kind of where looking at, you know, the back and forth of who sort of takes the lead on this. And we strongly feel that it needs to be together so that it's baked right into the district's planning and not a separate study that Tourism Squamish does that gets considered sometimes by the district, but it actually needs to be the district's own plan. And we're happy to take a big role in that, and in terms of resourcing and dollars to put forward to make it happen. But it needs to be a district plan, not a separate plan that tourism puts together. So do you have something to add to that, Rodney?
Well, no, it's just about you
Planning?
touched on it with the
Okay.
planning.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you for this work and everything you do. I'm curious about sort of where do we tease apart where the who's not coming, like where that opportunity is, and sort of trends over time. I know that if I go back a ways before pre-gondola, pre-canyon, looked a lot different than now as far as who's coming and what they're doing when they're here. Is that something that you were able to tease, or are there any sort of things that you're able to tease out from this work on that, or is that category something that's more covered with what we were just talking about with the tourism master plan? I'm trying to understand both opportunity and just any trends we're seeing so far.
Sure.
I think that's definitely sort of about visitor profiling and like who comes here. In terms of what we're seeing, it's about encouraging overnight length of stay. And so obviously with our access to Vancouver Lower Mainland, we get a lot of day visitors. And then that is also constrained by the amount of accommodation that we can offer. So our sort of example would be our marketing for outside of summer is accommodation, is coming to stay in Squamish, spend time here, spend a night here. Whereas during the summer, we know that there's constraints around how much accommodation is available, but we still want to service our sort of activity operators and other retailers and, Tourism Squamish members. So it's more about the day trippers that we would see. Did you want to add to that?
I think just building on that would be, we only have 500-ish units, so we can only attract a certain segment of the market, and we don't have a wide variety within that. So the more variety that we have in our accommodation, the longer people can stay and the more different options there are available. And then that will help build out our visitor profile. We're really challenged right now with the limited supply that we have, and then workforce on top of that. So we can't really expand who's coming here right now until we sort of see some shifts there. Does that answer your question? I think Rodney might have some more.
I think I want to touch. We touched on the infrastructure pieces, and I think we have a good amount of visitation, which is wonderful. And what we're trying to highlight here is the need to is to make sure that we're providing a great experience for them and increase the resident sentiment by getting value from this visitation. And our way to convert that value is to invest into infrastructure, things like additional washrooms. So we touched on that with planning. When we build a park, is like, let's not put in 1 or 2 washrooms that will service the community of the size that we now currently sit in. But as these visitation comes and we have infrastructure that carries the broad thing, and to put just one against another, we touched on Whistler. When you go to their big park, there's washrooms, they're always there and they're always available. There's a lot of them. and it services the great amount of volume that that park takes on. And so through this master plan, that would help guide decisions on the district when there's developers that are building or the district is planning some new infrastructure pieces, is that this would help guide those decisions to say, right, we need to consider the extra volume, not just what we have here on a daily basis.
Do you have anything more to say? I did have a question. I do, you know, we've had this conversation for sure before. When visitors come and stay the night, they spend a lot more money in our community, and we know that we have a short, that we're short on hotel sites. And I was wondering if you had any estimates of how many of our hotel rooms are actively being used for industrial projects and what the impact that might be on our tourism economy is.
We can say that one entire property is taken up with workforce. So one of our hotels, which is 89 rooms, no, 89, 97, around there, rooms is entirely workforce. And we have another property that has a block of 50 rooms dedicated to workforce. We know that there are other nights here and there that in other hotels, but we can confidently state those two properties.
So almost a third of our hotel rooms. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Extremely valuable work to understand. I particularly find the resident sentiment an important piece. It's sort of easy to overlook if you just think numbers of economic value. But that piece of the resident sentiment is critical for visitors to actually have a good experience as well, because we need to be welcoming. It's the 2 million visitors per year that's sort of like when we talk about these numbers in larger, per year, that's an average of 5,500 people per day. Where do they go? Where? I mean, I know there's lots of visitors here. Where are they going?
Looking at some of the methodology for the study, so part one of the inputs was Talus mobility data, which quantifies that a visitor is deemed someone who is out of their regular place of home and they spend 3 or more hours in Squamish. So that is what helps define what a visitor is. And that's incorporates the reality of people moving in and out of this community. And then it was also looking at Intervistas, the consultancy firm that we worked with, also looked at travel survey data that they have access to and triangulated it with that as well.
Yeah, amazing what we can get from cell phone data. Yeah, I think that's sort of where they are is an important piece of the conversation from my perspective. I know there'd be busloads of people that come to Sea to Sky Gondola, which is great, and they enjoy the gondola, but then they're back on the bus and head up to Whistler or head back to Vancouver or something. And there's a limited opportunity for us to engage or transfer that into some other engagement, right? But I can certainly see there's lots of opportunities. But onto that hotel, the accommodation side of things, we clearly, the district doesn't build hotels. We all know that. What are some of the things that are within the council and the district's authority to help with increasing the variety of accommodation uses?
Do you want to start with that one, Rodney?
So I can't pinpoint it onto anything in particular. Land is at a premium here in Squamish. Zoning and plays another factor. So developers are competing for limited land. It also needs to be the right location. We have various hotel assets around town and they're quite spread out. And as you know, downtown Squamish has gone through a major revitalization in recent history, which is encouraging. There are hotel developers and operators looking to increase our asset base in the downtown area currently, which was likely not on the table several years ago. So there's been a knock-on effect to having a great vibrant downtown and welcoming downtown. So that will strengthen the enticement for a developer to come and do that. We also have, there's several places on the highway which are either available for redevelopment or new green brownfield sites. So I think, to really speak to that, the message from council, I would say, is that we're opening our arms to development of hotels. We want to do that first, starting with just the message, and then listening to and having that. How can we help with a developer to come? What can we do? And ask the developer themselves, what can, and get some answers from there. But I think sending the message that you're welcoming in development, you're actively looking, and how can we participate to make it easier for development? I think that's the first step.
I would also add that it doesn't have to be the traditional hotel that you think of on the side of the highway. So it could be that in a mixed-use building, one floor is nightly rental. And I think we need to start thinking differently about how our hotels appear. It doesn't have to just be a dedicated one property for one use. There's lots of innovative ways that we can look at incorporating more nightly rental into different areas through zoning.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Just on these 2 points, I am curious. So we have one building that has been zoned in that way downtown. It has not been built. Council has signaled that in other developments that have been stalled, given the market changes currently, that we would be willing to potentially review on a case-by-case basis, allocating some of that residential gross floor to more formalized short-term rental on the upper story, or reducing the office space required. And we have one of the folks who has a proposed hotel sitting at the table. And so I'm just curious, we're all ears here. These are really high level suggestions that I would argue we have done a lot of. And I'm just curious about identifying where are the boundaries of what municipalities can do, and just the reality of the land base that we're working with is really challenging. I hear that there are options here. I want to be clear that I feel like we've explored many of these and we still will remain open to them, but are there other things, or is it just that the cost of land is really expensive in Squamish and doesn't support a pro forma for a hotel?
I guess that's why I prefaced the conversation with that, we are competing, developers are competing for land, and that's a real issue. And there isn't a clear do this, you're going to get development. What I will say is that the market has shifted dramatically over the course of the last 18 months to 24 months. And hotel accommodations, tourist accommodations are now favorable to many investors, but these take time. And so there's people we know are considering, and they've put forth ideas. They've come and likely requested reviews of their zoning to look at changing some of their things, which you've mentioned. And so I believe it comes, but it's timing. And so through things like the master plan and speaking with people smarter than me, that we can come up with solutions to the problems. I mean, where I'm not expecting this council to have the solutions. I shouldn't be expected to have all the answers. And so I just feel that through this and a collaborative approach, we can get to somewhere and speak to more to people that have done this in many other areas before. We're not the first town that's had this problem, and other towns have been able to overcome it. We need to look to those and see with this changing market and collaborate with developers on how we can bring it. And that's more to what my point was.
Okay, thanks. Well, we're over time, so do you have something really quick? Are you gonna move? No. Do you want me to order in food? Because okay.
Oh, you go.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. So we sort of touched on, I think, two things. One seems to be infrastructure and sort of gaps to meet current demand. And then there's a second aspect of like, what could this be? And is there a plan to build that out? So there's sort of maybe two components. I sort of have the sense, and maybe that's why I'm checking, that we're more focused on the just meeting current demand, and that's sort of a later thing to think about in terms of tourism master plan. Are you hoping this would also tackle like, let's seize the reins and build out as big an opportunity as we can, sort of looking past where we are now?
Tourism is happening here, whether we like it or not. So we can either plan for it and sort of help direct what's going to happen, or we can sit back and keep letting it happen and not plan for it. And I think we need to do the tourism master plan now, anticipating the growth that's to come, so that we're not sort of looking at current state and then we recognize, and it takes about 18 months to complete a tourism master plan. There's a lot of consultation that goes into it. So it will take some time to complete the work and then bring it forward. So we want to make sure that we're looking at what we think is to come and planning for that. Is that what you're asking?
I think so, basically, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. The other infrastructure question that I was just curious about was the multiple comments to public washrooms. And that's something that I know we just talked about more broadly in community, but do you have a sense that there's particular areas that are in need of that sort of infrastructure? I know we have kind of the trailhead ones, but from your experience and the work you do.
We do. We have an inventory of amenities that we would like to see and sort of an audit of what we have and what we would suggest and in which areas. And we continue to build on that data through our destination sewer program each year. And I imagine this season will be quite a busy one with visitation. So we'll probably add to that list, but we do have a list of suggested areas for amenities.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but I don't know if there's something we can action on this. I really like the idea of outsourcing a lot of the tourism master plan to you fine folks, and then bringing it back to the district to collaborate on bringing it into our system. Because frankly, one of the issues from this side of the table is capacity, period, end of story, full stop. So if we have another body who's actively doing, and who are the experts in this, doing a lot of the work on that behalf, I'd be curious to see how we can move that forward, because frankly, that will also be the fastest way to move it forward. So I don't know if any of my colleagues have any comments on that. I just hijacked. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Greenlaw's considerations here, but I'd just like to caution that the kinds of issues we're going to be needing to deal with, in my view, in a transportation master plan, is going to involve a lot of integration with the district, but not only with the district, with other agencies as well. I'm thinking we have a transportation master plan we just signed off on last year. It doesn't address any of these matters. It doesn't address railway excursions. It doesn't address marine access for moorage or ferry terminal, passenger ferry terminal planning. We don't address Forest Service roads. All of these should be part of a tourism master plan. So it's not only the district, but it is the district that needs to be involved in an integrated exercise. We also need to bring in the Ministry, if I may just offer a couple more observations, the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. We've got highway signage and wayfinding that's needed attention for a couple of decades now. We've got major destination venues with little or no wayfinding, but also washroom facilities. There's no wayfinding for those for our highway travelers. We've got highway signs that should have been retired 10, 15 years ago. It is a bit of a mess out there. So it's just a caution that the exercise of a tourism master plan has to involve the district, and very much so in declaring the aims and the purposes, the scope, but also other government agencies and the Squamish Nation need to be fully integrated in the exercise. Thank you.
Mayor Herford,
I can move receipt and then speak to it if it's seconded.
seconded by Councillor French.
Thank you for all your work. I think that the going forwards, tourism will undoubtedly make up a higher percentage of the economic activity here in Squamish. I think that the next sort of on the horizon for the district is the upcoming OCP review, and I would expect many of these matters to be addressed fulsomely there. Like that's the place, and the sequencing of tourism master plan and OCP review, I think, should be quite intentional. And I know that'll be a decision. Those types of decisions are what next council will need to grapple with. But I see the importance of the work, and particularly feeding into those bigger planning initiatives to ensure that it isn't that that the plan is at least jointly held and integrated as quickly as possible into planning documents. So I think that's the window of opportunity, and the sequencing that really needs to be paid attention to. A tourism master plan that happens after an OCP review has a totally different weight and timeline of implementation than the other way around. So that'll be a prioritization work for the next group at this table. But I wanted to sort of highlight that upcoming review as a critical time to engage on all sorts of matters: tourism master plan, transportation master plans, all those things that are developed will all sort of feed in there. And I think that's the most important part, which is relatively close at hand in the grand time scale, but admittedly, I think we'd all like to have most urgent matters dealt with sometime in the past, but it's coming. So thank you so much for your work and continued advocacy on all things tourism. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. This was enlightening. Thank you. It's one thing for me to think about hotel room shortage in Squamish and have that sort of be a concept in my head, to actually understanding that we have 500 hotel rooms ish, and just exactly what that means for our tourism sector. So that alone for me is a super important piece of information that you've shared that has got me thinking a little bit different about tourism and the potential in the future for us in the world of return on investment. When we invest in tourism, we're really investing in the future of our community and the economic benefits that come through the sector. So thank you for shifting my thinking a little bit on this.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. I absolutely see a lot of value in having a tourism master plan integrated into the districts, into the way we step forward in all of our planning processes. I wonder where it fits in our planning processes. Does it fit best in some larger ECDEV? Because if this is an economic development question, then it sits in a larger economic development plan. But I think the reality from my perspective is where your plan hits your budget. we have transportation master plan, we have sewer master plans, we have water master plans, and a large fraction of those master plans lie in that long list of unfunded projects within our budget. And when we talk about municipal, so we say, okay, tourism brings in tax revenue, it does. It's approximately $4 per day per visitor based on these numbers. And residents pay on the order of $5 per day per resident in municipal taxes. So when we ask, is the revenue we're bringing in through tourism actually paying for the infrastructure we're putting in to attract that tourism? That's a question that I think I need a more fulsome and clearer understanding of, not just how much revenue is being brought in, but how much revenue is being brought in after the expenses to attract and the impact on the community. So yeah, thanks.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to support receiving this for information, and thank you so much for all the work that went into it. It really is very informative, and the balancing of the economic benefits that come from tourism, the importance of it to our economy, but also the resident survey component, I think is so valuable. And then not to make light of the end component that I also really appreciate, which is like how you folks are really going to move this work forward and what it means for you in the jobs that you do, and hopefully for us at this table as well, as I think we're all trying to work together to make tourism succeed in our community. Well, I appreciate that there's like general high level support in our community for tourism. The 43% of residents agreeing that tourism enhances their quality of life is a little bit of a concerning number in how low it is. And it definitely is, I think, a call to action for all of us to see how we can do better. And there are multitude of ways to do that. I think a tourism master plan is one piece of that, but I hope we don't wait for that work to happen before we start to turn our minds to some of the things that we can do in the short term, in order to, I think, find those win-wins of where we can invest in infrastructure that isn't only dedicated to tourism, but will also highlight the importance and quality of life of our local residents. So one thing that comes to mind is the prioritization that we've done for the pilot bus to Alice Lake. Hopefully that has gotten shared support from the province and we can actually move that forward this summer. But those sorts of projects that will actually help alleviate some of those pressures, both for tourism and for our locals. But thanks for the work and happy to continue the conversation.
Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. Not going to say too much. I'm still sort of pondering where this all fits. It does seem though there's some useful information to consider in the short term in terms of washrooms and some key infrastructure. It is a challenge where like everything in municipal government, we get like 6 or 8% of all the tax revenue and we're responsible for 80% of all the infrastructure. So how do we sort of pull that, the funds we need for the infrastructure that would make things better for tourists and residents alike without increasing business property tax, which is kind of our key mechanism right now? That's a bit of a puzzle and something to have to figure out how we address that. But quite wild how we have surpassed Tofino and some of the others that were mentioned. That surprised me a bit. So some things in here for me to chew on. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, it's always great to have you here. It's really interesting to hear. I mean, I don't think it's an overstatement to say that tourism is our largest economy in our community, and it's really great to see all the jobs it's creating, all the money that's coming into our community from it. I know in the summertime at our shop we get lots of tourists from all over the world. So I think it is a really important direction for us to be moving towards and supporting. So I think continued advocacy on that front is key. Ideas on how we attract hotels, what those look like continuing collaboration in that respect of how we can move that forward in an effective manner as well. But yeah, one of the shocking statistics, I always get some shocking statistic from when you come here, is that piece that we have 2 million visitors a year and Whistler has 3, which I really would have thought there was a bigger gap than that. And that they have 20 times the hotel rooms that we do. That's, to me, that was an interesting statistic. But thank you very much for coming here today. We will obviously continue this conversation in this chamber and outside, and have it go on going. Then I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Sure.
I'd also like my council colleagues to consider the following motion, and that would be that additional waste bins and porta potties in key public community spaces with consideration of high tourism demand areas be referred to the budget for 2027-2036 deliberations. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Yeah, thank you. This is something that we first put in the budget in 2024, and I think as a result of some staffing changes and capacity constraints, we weren't actually able to operationalize. And so I'd like to see this back in our budget deliberations for the year to come, and hoping that my council will support that.
Do you have a comment?
Speaking in favor of the motion, I think that a big piece of the work that we saw here today was the visitor sentiment, and I think it was quite clear that these were things that could move the needle there. And I missed in my earlier remarks, and I'll take this opportunity to thank you for the work on the visitor management side, and without your organization's like proactive approach to that, those numbers would be wildly different. I'm convinced of that. So thank you so much for that work, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this motion forward. Happy to support.
Yeah, I'll speak in favor of this as well. This is actually something that I was pushing on a lot a couple of years ago, but from a different perspective of having young children and taking them to parks and not having places to go. And ideally, we have permanent infrastructure in place that are not porta potties, because porta potty plus toddler is terrifying, but still better than nothing. And the garbage cans too, like we've heard a lot from our vehicle residents. Like if we had garbage cans, there wouldn't be nearly this issue. So I appreciate this this piece, and I'll support it as well. So I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. Thanks. Well, thank you very much for coming today, and I'm sure we'll be chatting. Thanks. Bye. And now we're officially recessing until, what is it? 1:30. Okay, welcome back to our committee of the whole on May 12th, 2026. We're just on our next item on the agenda is our draft of our steep slopes development permit area 14. And this will be presented by planners Mr. Matt Gunn and Ms. Sarah McJannet. Thanks. Take it away.
Thank you. I'm just gonna use a lifeline to ask for help. Gonna call for a friend. Thank you, friend. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The intention of this meeting is to present a proposed steep slope development permit area for comment. I am Matt Gunn, planner. I'm here with Sarah McJannet, manager of community planning. We also have some support. Steve Boffinoff from Frontera Geotechnical is available online. He was involved in the project and can help with technical questions if they come up. And we have Deputy Fire Chief Jay Brownlee, who can support us if we have questions about some of the aspects related to road grades, which I'll discuss in a minute. And actually, do we have Steve on? Yes, we do. Great. Okay, fantastic. I'll start off with a quick background of the project. Our current OCP includes policy to develop a steep slope DPA. At the June 24th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting, staff presented a plan to develop the DPA and council endorsed that plan. Currently, there are several existing tools that address steep slopes. Our OCP stipulates road grades for specific land uses. Geotechnical reports can be required in several situations. These include discretionary OCP and zoning approvals, and for subdivision and building permit applications. The approvals for any of those projects must align with the report recommendations. For building permit and subdivisions, a covenant may be required that restrict use of the land. And for subdivision, a grading plan may be required. A key point is that these tools generally address risk, but don't address additional matters such as design, visual impacts, stormwater, environment, or wildlife hazard, or wildfire hazard. The project we're working on was intended to build on existing DPAs used in other BC municipalities. Planning staff reviewed DPAs from a range of communities and prepared an initial draft with support from engineering, environment, and transportation staff. The draft was refined by geotechnical professionals familiar with the Squamish context to ensure proposed guidelines were aligned with best practices. Staff conducted engagement with the development community and the public via open houses, a survey, and Let's Talk Squamish. And staff then refined the DPA based on the feedback received in further consultation with geotechnical professionals. The proposed DPA applies to most slopes over 30% or steeper within Squamish. The map on the screen represents that. This is a new map that we created from LiDAR that had been recently gathered, so higher resolution data, although we had a steep slope DPA map in the OCP previously, and really it's not such a different map, but has been refined. The DPA will be required for subdivision, construction, excavation more than 1.2 meters in depth, and removal of trees 20 centimeters or greater that are within the identified area on the map. I'll also note that the OCP policy that stipulated slope grades for specific land uses is proposed for removal, as there wasn't strong rationale for that in discussion with the geotechnical professionals. And the nature of steep slopes, it had some gradients that said, like, don't do this over 25%, don't do that over 40%. In Squamish, we don't really have these long, smooth gradients. It basically gets steep, and then it benches and gets steep, and then it benches. So really, once we get into steep slopes, we're talking about fairly complex, convoluted landscape. And so gradients for land uses didn't really make sense. Staff proposes a focused DPA with around 20 guidelines. The intention is to address critical issues without creating an overly onerous DPA structure. The primary focus is on hazard mitigation with a secondary focus on key non-hazard guidelines such as environment and design aesthetics. Proposed steep slope DPA guidelines address multiple factors, address safety of development through steep slope hazard assessment, minimize visual impacts of site alteration, building form and retaining walls, assess development impacts on groundwater and surface water, ensure safety of excavation, cut slopes, rock cuts, and setbacks through engineering approval, and ensure cleared vegetation is replaced with fire-resistant, culturally significant vegetation. A specific guideline I'd like to discuss is that strata road grades should meet the subdivision and development control bylaw. The proposed road guideline is intended to address concerns of the District of Squamish Fire Department regarding steep grades in strata developments. This does represent a departure from current practice where strata roads are permitted to use steeper grades. The guideline is, as I said, related to emergency response. Navigating steep roads in heavily laden fire engines causes critical delays in reaching structure fires, which can result in larger and more difficult to control fires. Under snowy conditions, these challenges can be significantly worse, especially on strata roads, which are typically not maintained to district road standards. In addition, steep roads put additional stress on fire engines and can lead to ongoing expensive maintenance challenges. Variations can be considered by engineering, but the starting point for road design would need to be aligned with the subdivision development control bylaw moving forward, should this guideline be adopted. Staff conducted a survey and held 2 open houses, and recently attended a UDI staff development liaison committee meeting, and also engaged with Squamish Nation through their portal. Several revisions have been made based on feedback received through engagement activities. A new provision has added that exempt properties less than 0.2 hectares with an existing dwelling, or where a qualified professional provides a letter that the proposal does not impact slope stability, that essentially removes all of the existing smaller developed properties, single family homes. In discussion with our geotechnical professional, there are other tools that support safe building on those properties. And we didn't want to add this additional layer of a DP for those types of properties and smaller projects that might occur on them. Concerns regarding a guideline that discourages extensive grading to create large development terraces has been refined to refer to extensive cut and fill. For retaining walls, the guidelines have been modified to include support for wall heights up to 2.4 meters, where the wall is more than 6 meters from a property boundary rather than 1.2 meters. And staff increased the threshold at which point an assessment of slope stability by a qualified professional engineer is required for excavation from 0.5 meters to 1.2 meters to exempt minor projects. If council supports the proposed steep slope DPA and directs staff to proceed, staff will bring forward a bylaw to council for readings. If directed by council, staff intend to bring an OCP amendment for consideration of readings in early June, and a public hearing could be held in early July. The staff recommendation is to endorse the proposed DPA and direct staff to bring forward an OCP amendment with comments if appropriate. And that's the conclusion.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Council, are there any questions? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Noted that there were references to Squamish Nation culturally significant vegetation. And so then I half-heartedly tried to find a list or a description or just something that gave that context. And I gave up my half-hearted effort and just thought I'd ask about it here. Yeah. Is there a list? Like what is that referring to?
Thank you for the question through to council. There is a knowledge base that the nation has been able to provide to Squamish district that highlights what they consider culturally significant vegetation. And I just had a look at it. And it's actually primarily woody shrubs and berries. There's no large trees that are part of this initial list. However, the nation did highlight that they would like to be, further consultation around species that might be appropriate for a specific site. So in the context of a project where we would be doing a referral, there's opportunity to further discuss. But largely the list of vegetation includes a lot of, and actually I should just qualify that, there are like the one larger mid-sized tree is an arbutus, but a lot of it is berries and ground covers and plants and shrubs for harvesting and other uses.
So that resource that you're referring to, is it publicly available? I'm not clear.
As far as I know, and I should say it's not an exhaustive list. I'm not sure if it's publicly available. We'd have to confirm with the nation, but it's available through their Squamish Connect portal for referrals.
And maybe through the chair, if we adopt this and move forward with these guidelines, then we would certainly find a way to make sure that list was available. As we did with the wildfire, there are resources that you can use for fire prone and fire resistant shrubs. We'd find something online to make that available.
One more, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you talk to us a bit about, under the assumption that this presses ahead as we see it, what impacts would this new TPA have on properties, areas that are currently outside of our building boundary? Forgot the technical term for it. Growth management boundary. Would this trigger anything in the way of reviews for areas that are outside to potentially bring them inside? Just high level, anything on that?
Yeah, through the chair. Maybe I hear two parts to the question. One is how would this impact development there? And maybe one is, would it trigger anything that would occur right now? And so development outside the growth management boundary needs an application to bring it inside the growth management boundary, fully at the discretion of council. I don't think we have any applications right now for that. And adopting this doesn't create a new application or start that process. And maybe is that the sum total, or I can go into more detail, but okay. Now we have had applications in the past that have been outside the growth management boundary, and in the review of those, one of the things that's come up is that the OCP lays out a set of precursors before we want to consider those projects. This is one of those precursors, and I believe it's the last of the 5 precursors. There's one that's just about done, but I think there are 5 precursors. This is one of the ones that was most outstanding, and which is one of the reasons it has been on the list to do. So that removes that current precursor, but it does not eliminate the fact that an application needs to be made, and that application's decision-making is fully at the discretion of council.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I have Councillor Pettengill on my list.
Yeah, just some questions about this 30%. So just to make sure you can build up to 30% or even steeper than that with appropriate sort of professional approval.
Through the chair. So up to 30%, the DPA is not required. There is not a concern around the slope angle, and thus no need to implement these guidelines. Beyond 30%, if someone wants to do a development and it involves that type of terrain, they will have to apply for a DPA, which takes this steep slope lens around site design and construction, environment, a variety of factors will need to be considered if you're going above that gradient. Just as an interesting note, when we talked to some of the geotechnical engineers, they felt that from a pure risk mitigation standpoint, 40% was really where you might want to start considering it. Below that, wouldn't necessarily. One of the geotechs was like, you know what, I wouldn't even consider, or I wouldn't worry about implementing below 40%, except that we're not looking at just risk. We are starting to look at site design and some of these other attributes, which is why we brought it down to 30%. Because beyond the hazard, there are some other elements that we want to consider aesthetically. And
so I think in the last wildfire thing we saw, I think 30% in my head is a number where the fire risk starts to become an issue. And so are we running into a place where with our new sort of tree expectations for the amount of trees at 30%, it then is like, are we intrinsically saying, if you're at 30%, yes, you can, but that presumes no trees, which is then contrary to our tree density expectations. But I think it's what do we say, 100 trees per acre, or that was the number, I think.
To the chair, I might need some clarity on the question.
So I guess it's 30%, like I'm just wondering, and it comes up with roads, so maybe a road is a better example. Like I think in our subdivision control bylaw, there's a number of like 11 or 12% grade is kind of as steep as we go, unless I'm mistaken. So if you're allowing development on a 30% slope, either you've got really long, expensive to maintain switchbacks to achieve that 11 or 12%. How do we reconcile those things? Like, is that our expectation? Is that what we want to incentivize really long, expensive set switchbacks to maintain and so on?
I think there are a few different things that are getting pulled in here. So one thing is that the road gradients are regulated by our subdivision and development control bylaw, which is going through an update. And they're just, I know from liaising on this project that there is discussion around what is the appropriate gradient. As you have lower gradients, you have more terrain that gets involved in bigger cut and fill, but you have the benefit of easier access for the emergency service vehicles. What was I going to say about that? 30%. Oh yeah. So the subdivision development control bylaw regulates the district roads. Right now, strata roads that are built on slopes aren't subject to gradients. They have to meet best practices and engineering standards. But this DPA would then bring those roads into the consideration of those roads gradients that we're setting for district roads to create some starting points for consideration of what would be appropriate, rather than say, you can go at whatever gradient is your engineer says is appropriate. We're saying, hey, there's a standard we want because our service vehicles might need to go there. So we're taking both the district roads, which are regulated by the SNDC, and the strata roads, which could now be impacted by this DPA, and saying we want to look at them through a similar lens. Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand a little bit is it seems like if we allow development on 30% slopes, we are sort of imposing a very inefficient road network because you require many switchbacks to achieve the road standard we have. And so shouldn't our sort of road inclines be more aligned towards the slopes we want to develop on? Or are we comfortable? Because when I look at the transportation master plan, we really need to work on mode shift and reducing the amount we're spending on roads because it's a massive cost. And whereas this seems to really push us to really long switchbacks. And so very inefficient roads, arguably. And so is there, like, how do we manage that disconnect?
Okay. So then I would say part of your question, and I think you're probably talking more about the district roads because they tend to be the longer main roads that connect up to the areas where there's going to be development happening. That is not a conversation we're really tackling in this project because that's regulated by the SNDC, the Subdivision and Development Control Bylaw. This is talking about the strata properties, but it won't apply to those district roads. That's a discussion that's really regulated by our regulation, our SNDC bylaw. That is the tool that sets the standards for what gradients we want to have on our connector roads that build up into our neighborhoods as they might build into the hillside areas. This is really going to regulate. Somebody comes in for a development, and say we have the Thunderbird Ridge property that's being proposed. If they build a district road up there, one that we'll maintain, that will fully be under the regulations of the Subdivision Development Control Bylaw. It's the side roads that go to a pocket of townhouses that this will apply to.
Yeah, I think I understand that, but doesn't that 30% slope force us to build our road much longer to achieve that 11% grade that we have in our subdivision and control? Like, doesn't our road then have to be much bigger to achieve that grade to match their 30% building slope?
Councillor Patton, sorry, just Councillor Stoner has something to add on this.
I would argue that's a question to your council colleagues. There's a trade-off that occurs if we're going to say that the standard that we're setting for strata roads is subdivision and control bylaw at a lower gradient. It says in the report that means that you have a more impactful road network. That's a trade-off that is being asked, I think, of staff for council to consider whether we want to maintain a steeper gradient road that has a lower, quote unquote, environmental impact, but harder on our fire rescue and access and active transportation versus if you want a lower road or a lower, less steep road. But that's a trade-off that council gets to weigh in on. I don't know if staff can say that.
Through the chair. Okay, so yeah, I think maybe maybe I kept missing what you're saying. Are you actually maybe asking, should we even be going above 30%?
Yeah, I'm like, should we, like, is there a reason why we've said 30% and not, actually 20% is more aligned with the road standards? Or we should think about aligning our roads to the development gradient.
Okay, so I'm just to keep trying to clarify. I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question. It sounds like maybe you're saying we should, if we go to steeper areas, we should go with steeper roads, or if we shouldn't even consider going to steeper areas and just staying in lower gradient areas to build so that we can have lower gradient roads.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering why we're comfortable separating those so much. Like, isn't there a big, I'm asking, is there a big cost to us? I think there is in allowing these to diverge.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Stoner.
I think it's important to note that creating a development permit area guideline does not allow for development to happen. It helps guide development. And so this is not saying that development can or can't occur above 30%. It's guiding the development that might come forward with an application. So it's not unto itself the allowance thereof. Like, there are inherent development rights, there's other policy that might exist, but the guideline is meant to help guide any application that would come forward in those steep slope areas.
And one other element, actually, I'm a bit confused if I'm meeting your question right. So maybe if I have more clarity on the question, I'll try, but I might ramble on. And
well, let me try this. Like, it just seems, and I understand this is a guideline, but this guideline seems far steeper than our other regulations would seem to imply is appropriate. Because if we hold to our subdivision control bylaw, road grades and so on, if this guideline then sort of implies that we would, expect people to design, really long switchback roads with everything put together. And so I'm trying to wrestle with why our guidance wouldn't be more aligned with or is the plan to update the subdivision control bylaw to increase steepness there? It just seems like a disconnect. And with some of the stuff we've heard about fire and our tree density and steep slopes, like those things seem to be at odds a little bit too. And so I'm trying to put this guidance together. Like with the other stuff, I would expect, 15% as the guidance, maybe. I don't know.
Through the chair, are you saying that maybe we should have a maximum slope gradient on which we would allow development of something like 15 degrees because that's closer to the gradient of the road that we want to support?
As one example, yes. And that's a question, like, because it seems like a big diversion. I understand there might be a little bit, but it seems like a large gap.
Yeah, I think the expectation is that land can support development with roads that are at a lower gradient by, as you said, creating switchbacks. And if we anticipate growing beyond the floodplain into the hillside, we have to figure out how we want to manage it. And trade-offs are really one of the big pieces. And the road gradient, like I think the engineers will say, well, we can always find a way to build into the wherever area you are going to allow development. But the trade-off will be, as we have steeper roads, we have more difficulty biking and getting emergency services up there, and lower gradient roads will have much more impact visually and environmentally. And so that's a balancing point. We haven't really, as part of this project, tried to say we don't want to, we want to limit the growth on certain steepnesses, because really, as I said, Squamish is kind of built like this. It's like terraces and then steep cliffs and terraces and steep cliffs. So we don't have like a zone of 25%. We're just going to build there, and we're not going to build on a zone of 30%. That's not how the topography works. It's more bumpy with cliffs and benches. And it's a matter of working to those local development pods.
Okay. Mr. Vilanishka says something to add.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to add that some of these bigger questions about, which areas, steep slope areas should be developed or not, would be likely best answered through the neighborhood planning process, which affects some of the large parcels in Squamish rather through the development permit area. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll move on to Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to ask a question that I should probably know the answer to. You touched on it a little bit in your presentation, but I'm wondering if you can further elaborate for me, like where does the DPA fit where our subdivision and control bylaw wouldn't? Like what portions are we trying to cover with the DPA that are not already covered? Because it's my understanding that like retaining walls, road grades are covered by the subdivision and control bylaw. So where does this either overlap or differentiate from that work?
Through the chair. Right now, the subdivision development control bylaw does have some more aesthetic policy type language in it. In the revision and discussion with the team that's leading that, they've identified that as not really appropriate material for that type of tool. And the subdivision development control bylaw really should focus on road grades and retaining walls for district property. So if we move into the strata properties, so road grades are an area where this DPA can start applying to those strata roads. Also, some of the retaining walls within the properties, we can apply that. And then some of the other elements like things related to water runoff and hydrogeological, or I can't remember the exact terms that we've used in the element or in the DPA. Some of the environmental stuff related to trees, and largely aesthetic and design elements. The stuff in the subdivision development control bylaw, in particular where it's going, is not going to be relevant to any aesthetic or design aspects. It's really going to be about what's appropriate for our roads for safety and engineering standards. So we're stepping a bit beyond that to think about what happens on stratas and some of these other values that currently are unlikely to be addressed in the future of subdivision development control bylaw.
Okay, that's really helpful. One piece that triggered for me is we recently reviewed the new tree permitting process, and I'm just curious how then that intersects, because there's a component in here around tree removal.
Yeah, through the chair. So we've had ongoing discussion with the environment team about what they're doing with their tree bylaw and how it relates. And in fact, there are some elements that, to avoid creating overlap, we haven't included here because they are picked up in the tree bylaw. But we've looked at and made sure that between the two of them, we have a good meshing of coverage. And the big piece here that we've got is looking at the type of trees that we're going to replant on steep slopes, and when if there's tree cutting on steep slopes, when this kicks in, especially talking to the geotechnical engineers to understand when that might impact slope stability. But we've talked with them and tried to make sure they mesh properly.
Okay, that's helpful. My other question was in the development permit exemptions language. I think it's now the first bullet point in the track changes. It says development for which a qualified professional provides a letter indicating the proposed land use does not impact slope stability, is not subject to steep slope hazards, and a steep slope development permit is not warranted. Do we just like accept the letter of the qualified professional? Do we review that letter? How does that process work? Like, can I just go out and find a qualified professional who'll write me a letter and say I'm exempt?
Well, as currently stands, that is set up so that a qualified professional, we're doing that professional reliance piece. I would have to think about the, what do we call it when we have the second review?
Like a
peer review, yeah.
It's always an option.
Yeah, I think with the, we have the option for peer review at our discretion, but I actually am a bit uncertain about how that exactly works. Do you have an idea?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the review of those letters, we there would be a staff level review as well. And so there's an opportunity, and these are proposed to be delegated DPs as well. So that we do have engineering staff on that are work with us through development review, and so that's very typical. It's quite similar to a letter from a qualified environmental professional that might be issuing a letter that a development or a footprint is totally outside of streamside protection and enhancement area, for example. The professionals that are working in the community, we get to know them over the years. And so I think if there's concern, we would be able to look for a peer review or a second opinion about it.
Also, if we do bring this back for readings, we could come back with clarification on that element of the DPA.
Yeah, that would be helpful. It's just one piece that I'm just trying to think through of like how it impacts then the development process. My last question was on the amendment that was made to, I think it's the retaining wall height from 1.2 meters to 2.4 meters is allowable. Just wondering if you can speak a little bit more to like the rationale there and justification for the my brain doesn't really compute as like twice as big, but and that's a big wall, but is that the right size wall? I'm not sure. So I'm just curious where those numbers came from.
Yeah, you know what I might do is ask if we could bring Mr. Foffenoff on for that. Some of this stuff I really needed to rely on our professional consultants. Steve, are you available to help out with this question? I see
I am.
Yes.
Just join in.
Oh. Steve, did you hear the question?
Mark there. Hey, everybody. Through the chair. Yeah, we went through this a few times with Matt, and the reality of it is once you start getting into the benchlands of Squamish, 1.2 meters isn't very high. Or 2 meters isn't very high. Like to make some of these properties usable, you're going to need a retaining wall height of more than 2 meters. And so we kind of wanted somewhere to start. I think the idea is still that the walls have a required setback from the property line. So no one's going to want a retaining wall right on the property line with their neighbor. Like that's not fair to the neighbors. So I think there was a setback required there. I think it was, if it's beyond, I think we were allowed taller walls if they're beyond 6 meters from the property line, which is 20 feet. I think we were really thinking of some of the bigger parcels that have been developed in town and seeing what was really necessary to make those developments possible. If we were, if wanted to dig our heels in it and not allow for any, significant retaining walls, then it would really make a lot of those parcels undevelopable, or it would require a lot of land alteration, meaning just like blasting down the rock and basically taking away all the natural features in the rock in order to make it smooth, right? So, and I think this is where we're starting, and I think Matt's wanting feedback on this from people, but that's where we landed.
That's helpful. I'm just curious if we have some context for that. Like, we'll channel some of the folks who previously sat around this table. I think this came out of like the Mayor Heinzman era and some frustrations around the way that Sky Ridge was developed. I'm trying to understand what the height is of those retaining walls relative to what's in this DPA or other retaining walls that we might recognize around town.
This is much smaller than what you see up there. There's a very large rock cut when you start going up the hill there. That's probably, I would guess, 18 or 20 meters high. And then once that rock cut peters out, you get into seeing rock stack walls, which are probably, anywhere between 5 and 8 meters high, right? So all that's quite large compared to what we're talking about here. There's I think other projects, if you go right now, there's, up in the Garibaldi Springs development, there's lots of retaining walls being built in there. They're being built out of natural stone, and Generally they're less than 3 or 4 meters high, but often tiered. And so I think there's a real, the developers, for the most part, also don't want there to be major, eyesores around the project. So they try and blend the walls into the natural landscape. And I think the requirement to have the step in the walls is sort of one of the ways to make that happen, right? We are dealing with pretty steep terrain. By the time yes, you need long, sinuous roads to get up to some of these flatter benches, but the only way to get there, if you are wanting to develop within the mountainside, is to have some level of retaining, right? There's just not enough benches to make it viable otherwise. So.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Herford, I have you next.
Thank you. Just trying to understand the interaction of this development permit area and the subdivision control bylaw. And in there, it talks about in the subdivision and development control bylaw, section 5.19.2 is hillside emergency access. And it says hillside emergency access shall follow MMCD except as noted in this section. So, and then it goes into some pieces. Are the development permit areas now referring to this bylaw that's referring to another piece? And I get why we would do that, so that it could maybe be evergreen and easier to update, but I'm having a challenge understanding what that is. Can someone give me some context as to what what regulation lives in that MMCD and what's meant by that?
Through the chair, specifically, you're asking what is the MMCD?
Yeah, is there another place in this bylaw that speaks specifically to the grade, or is this how we speak to the grade, is by citing MMCD?
In the subdivision development control bylaw for the district roads that it applies to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I contemplated bringing engineering for this purpose, and now I wish I had, but I didn't. So the MMCD is a set of standards that I'm not sure if you guys have worked with that, but it's a set of standards that they generally use as best practices to try and align with. I don't have a good depth of knowledge on that, and if this is something you want more information in, we can certainly make sure we have that available when we come back. I don't have a deep knowledge of the MMCD.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think when it comes back, just to clarify that, because I'd like to understand what it is that we're referencing, and it's kind of trying to follow connect the dots, and I've got so far and I can't quite see that next piece. So I'd like some clarity there.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons for my inquiry is in the development, in the sort of the DPA, it talks about oh, sorry, I thought I had it in the right spot. But the trail access, active transportation, that sort of thing. And pedestrian and cycling connectivity networks throughout steep slopes areas should provide efficient connection to neighborhood nodes, transit routes, and parks. So that's where it's going, but not how it gets there, which is where grades come in, which is something I expected to see here. And that's what I was looking for and elsewhere. I just can't find it. Is there a reason that we're not, to me, that any pedestrian cycling connectivity networks anywhere should lead somewhere that people want to go? So I'm just wondering the value of that without some direction on how it interacts with the steepness of the slope.
Sure. Okay. Through the chair. So there's a couple things with the pedestrian and cycling connectivity when it links into these road developments. And actually back to MMCD. MMCD does stipulate a set of gradients. And actually, just to the first question, I know that one piece of the subdivision development control bylaw revision that's coming is in that bylaw, there will be a set of gradients stipulated, and also some reference to some standards. Like I think it's MMCD that talks about cold climate standards, which requires lower gradients because occasional snowfall can create challenges for our various services. So there's a link there, but with the active transportation network, the gradients that MMCD says are appropriate are actually much lower than the road gradients, like the 10 or 12% that are kind of under consideration. The challenge is that building out in our landscape, generally there is kind of one route that the road is going to follow up into, it's like the least or the most viable route up into some benchlands. And it's very often the case that the active transportation route is going to be attached to that, because to create a second, paved pathway up into the residential area would be quite an extensive and challenging additional burden on the development. And the likelihood that those gradients will be at the MMCD levels, which I think are in the single digits, is very low. The problem with our topography is that it will be very hard to create gradients that are like the easy to bike routes up into our steep hillside with the benches and steep terrain. It's just not going to be very feasible. And so what that guideline is intending to do is to try and have a consideration when being reviewed by the planning development or the planner, that we don't have like wildly divergent pathways. If there are shortcut opportunities or some way to look at it with a lens of saying, hey, wait a second, is there a way that we can create some connectivity with a pedestrian route? Maybe it's a set of stairs or something that is a little more sensible. But it's really it's so dependent on what the development is, what the landscape is, and what the road network's being proposed, that to stick specific gradients or requirements becomes really hard. This just gives the planner doing the review, something to go like, hey, wait a second, like our guidelines say that you can't have the person walking like 2 extra kilometers to get down and around. Maybe there's a pathway that's needed there or a staircase. It's putting a consideration that needs to be put in, but the individual situation needs consideration based on what the situation is. It's very hard to get specific.
Oh yeah, did you have something on that or another question? Okay, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just okay, I know there's a high degree of site specific things here. I know that the emergency access and life safety is ultimately at the forefront of everything that we do. It's evident with having the fire service here today, but I was wondering through our internal processes, I'm just thinking about the goals of our transportation master plan. They're quite clear about this need to drive mode shift for a wide range of reasons, and just how did those things feed into this work? I'm hearing that if we develop on steep areas, it may not have just inherently may not have the connectivity, but we know that we need that connectivity. So just so what was that internal review process look like, and were those comments, or how was that feedback incorporated into what we're seeing here?
Sorry, through the chair. The process did involve numerous rounds of staff talking to the geotechnical engineers, and then working with our staff internally, being the various departments. And one thing you're bringing up is one of these really challenging trade-offs that was identified and acknowledged, and is generally in developments in the hillside seen as one of the challenges. Like, it is very hard to, in the form of topography we have, create short, direct, low angle routes that bikes can easily use to get into these areas. And so, in neighborhood planning, looking at that, I think one of the alternatives that we need to think about is, how can we ensure that as these neighborhoods in the hillsides develop, how can we make sure that they have good transit access, where we can have good roads that come up through areas that are clustered and have higher density, so that if creating a short, low angle bike path isn't practical, maybe the transit system is going to have a flow that connects in a loop and can grab people and bring people into areas where there are more services. But with the topography, I will say that it is going to be hard to have hillside development and have short, direct, low angle cycling and pedestrian routes. That will be a challenge. It is just a nature of the topography that we can work towards it, but it'll be hard.
Okay.
I know I said one more, but thank you, Chair. I understand the sort of the ways to provide alternate forms of transportation and that makes sense to me. I just, in section 4710, transportation network, I just don't see that reflected. Like I understand that inherently, and if that's covered in the other regulatory process somewhere, I'd just like to understand that at the next touch point. So but appreciate the comment. Thank you.
And through the chair, we can look at that section and see if we can add more detail in there that helps address that.
I just had one question of my own, and then we can go back to you, Councillor Pettengill. Apologies if I missed this, if you've talked about it already. Have you done comparisons with other municipalities to see what kind of their steep slope guidelines are?
Yes, we reviewed 20 some policies, and the starting point for this was based on looking at all of those and pulling out the commonalities, creating a starting point or a basic template that seemed to pull in what was used in a lot of different communities. And then we started applying a review based on what our context is and what our geotechnical professionals are to modify from there. But certainly it's based on what I would say is best practices across a lot from what I've seen at their DPAs.
Okay, wonderful. I I don't know much about road design other than like my first year engineering classes, but like 30% sounds pretty steep, so just obviously it has to do with and design and how much you invest in designing and stuff. But anyways, Councillor Pettengill, you have more questions?
Well, yeah, just coming back to, because it was for me number 11 in transportation network, where I wasn't comfortable quite yet with the language we have there, because we've talked about bikes, but there's also just general accessibility. If you're in a wheelchair or a walker, you think about an old aging population, all of these things, for me, that language isn't strong enough. And I think it does need to speak to low grade or, I know I can think of one person who's very excited about cable cars or different solutions. And so is there something that allows for different solutions, but still maintains this, the mode shift goal we have in our transportation? Because this seems sort of at odds with some of our other plans at the moment, this piece. And so we either, in my mind, need to rethink those other plans and that whole piece, or have this align better. And for me, that alignment isn't quite there. And again, maybe there are other solutions. I'm not sure that, really long roads or just saying, well, seniors and people with disabilities and stuff can't live here is a good enough solution. And so, maybe we stay at 20 or 25 until we have a bigger population crunch and more technology. I don't know. But for me, that number 11 is sort of the key sort of point where it's not quite aligning. And I guess actually the 30% just trying to wrap my head around when I look at the costs we're trying to manage on municipal roads, just trying to see how that aligns. I think that's a comment in consideration of a committee of the whole. That's more of a comment, I would say.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of speakers on my list. Are there other questions? Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Really interesting conversation about this. A DPA that's really trying to achieve a fairly broad spectrum of things. At one level, it's protecting from natural hazards. And I think everybody in the community, nobody wants to have their house built under a cliff that's unsafe, going all the way to, the aesthetic of a ridge line, right? And when we talk about the aesthetic of a ridge line or the accessibility function of our neighborhoods, those are very sort of, in a way, very different. from building in natural hazard zones. Is there, and this DPA puts a lot of it together because they're all related to the slope side. Is there a way to more clearly articulate the gradient of those differences? So, for example, if we talk about slopes, so if in section 47.3 B, we talk about the justifications for DPA 14 are as follows. The first one being posing potential risks. That's highest priority, no question. And then number 4 is poorly designed development areas that could result in extensive modifications to the natural landscape, impacting environment and aesthetics. It's a different level of thing. Is there a way that we can articulate that these have different priorities in our DPAs?
Through the chair. Yeah, I think we could use language to highlight the importance. I don't think we've done it in our DPAs in that way, but certainly in the objectives, I think we could say the primary, a secondary or a tertiary goal. I think that's something we could do. And I also think in the guidelines, you can use language to identify, if possible, or, consider where possible, or, we could use some language to create some variation in the level of importance. So if council feels that that's something that we should do, that's something we could look at creating and not throughout the DPA, but it'd be great to get that as kind of direction from council.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a broad question, and this is to council. When I think about our DPA conversations we've had with DPAs, meets requirements, doesn't meet requirements. If we use the statement that the DPA, the purpose of the DPA, the steep slopes DPA is to protect us from natural hazards, but some application doesn't meet the DPA 14 criteria, when one of the criteria is sort of one of those more aesthetic pieces, we come into a challenging situation in our conversation with each other and with development community and engineering. And this is a comment to staff, I don't know how to give that advice to you or to guide council or ask council that question, because I don't know where exactly those things would be, right? Where to explicitly express that gradation.
Through the chair, if council gave us direction to say amend or make changes to the bylaw so that clearly risk is the priority, and then second priority is X and third priority is Y, we could look at how to do that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Pettengill.
So there's a comment about, some of these things, if we started to reduce the slope, developable slope to say 10% or whatever, you'd lose developable area. Within our growth management boundary, do we have a sense of if you went from say 30 down to 25 or 30 down to 20 as our sort of tolerance for now for the steep slopes, like what proportion of our growth potential is this like 90% of where we think we're going to grow within our boundary is within that 20 to 30% steep slope, or is this really like this is about 3% of our sort of population growth within the boundary?
Through the chair, there are maybe two things I can say to that. One, we have a lot of development potential on existing development applications, only some of which are in development in steep slope areas. Like many thousands of units can go in areas that are not steep slope. But to look further out and imagine full development of anywhere that has steep slopes would be a large project. I think something that we will probably be doing as part of the OCP, and that is a lens we could put on it. I just can't do it off the top of my head. I can say that I know there are like many, many thousands of units that can go without going to steep slopes, but I can't without a much more robust process analyze and understand how much beyond that, because that's just development applications. If we're just looking like at theoretical potential, that's a fairly large project. Be interesting to do and maybe something we can do as part of OCP, but I can't do it off the top of my head.
Thank you. That's sort of what I kind of thought. And so for me, this sort of, I guess the question of my colleagues is how far do we want to push on 30% at this point in time? For me, it is a big trade-off, the accessibility piece, when, you know, some of the things, who's been left out and what we've been focusing on, our transportation master plan. Do we want to push into that right now? I guess I'm having a harder time with that, especially without, you know, I could go a lot further if we put some stronger language on that bullet number 11, but yeah, I'll just leave it there, I guess.
Thanks. Other questions? Is anybody ready to move a motion? Okay. Councillor Stoner?
I'll move the staff recommendation as presented in the report with feedback on the following two items that I've heard around the table, which is one, strengthen wording in the transportation network sections, 47.10B, pedestrian and cycling connectivity, as well as including some language that prioritizes the risk element of the DPA over the other components.
Okay, and seconded by Mayor Herford. Would you like to comment, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. Want to thank staff for the work that has gone into this, as well as our community who has engaged in various forms over the past year and in iterations of this, and the technical advisors that have guided us through this very technical work. I'm happy to hear this will be a delegated DPA because I don't want these coming to council. And for the deliberation here amongst the council table, I think that they do highlight really important trade-offs as we start to contemplate how we support and guide development out like in more steep areas of our community. Some of those are within the growth management boundary. Some of those in the future may be outside of the growth management boundary, but that's a future discussion. I think what is important is that we do have some set of guidelines that I think first and foremost prioritize the life safety risk of potential development in these hazard lands and quantifying that and working towards some good guidelines that can help us navigate through that. And then absolutely the other part of it is ensuring that any of that future development also supports the other goals that we have in terms of ensuring that our community is as accessible as possible, trying to drive vision and innovation in perhaps steeper areas and making sure that they are accessible with the diversity of ways that people are getting around now, as well as really recognizing the potential costs that do occur with development in these areas, whether it's increased maintenance on our fire trucks or the amount of work that it takes to pump water up to those areas, and that gets covered by our subdivision control bylaw. And so there's lots of pieces that go into the broader conversation of like how we enable good development in these areas and the trade-offs that come with that. I don't think that wholly sits in this DPA. I think this DPA is one piece of that broader puzzle. And so I will support this because I think it's important work to guide those future conversations that will inevitably happen. So I will support the motion on the floor.
Thanks, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Thank you for the work on this. This has been a long-standing piece for us as a community. The mapping that was shown of where this may apply is quite striking. It's a huge percentage of the municipality, and so I think this is really important. I think the trying to get all of our policies aligned in a world where they all have inherent trade-offs when viewed amongst each other is really, really challenging. So thank you for Councillor Hamilton for really articulating that in a way that makes sense of what this is. I do think that the terracing, the visual stuff is very important and can be quite impactful. And when earlier today, we heard from Tourism Squamish about visitor sentiment, community sentiment about tourism. When I think about community sentiment around development, this is a critical piece, and ensuring that when development occurs, that it's seen as an addition to the community that's welcome, not a fortress or something else with a massive retaining walls and all those things. I do think that the challenge with the interaction of this with our transportation policy is really important, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about that next time it's here. And I've just heard the 30% piece tossed around in the room, and it's in the policy, but I want to be clear, we're not talking road grades with that. It's like what the natural grade of a site is that's nearby. So it could even be nearby a flat, directly adjacent to a flat or piece of roadway as well. So it's and I do think that's the appropriate. I do think that's a reasonable grade to use to trigger this. But I am concerned with just what this means on some bigger parcels, like sort of playing this out over a big parcel, and what we end up with at the end that we're responsible for maintaining over time and providing life safety services through our fire rescue. So, and I'm having a challenge wrapping my mind around that piece. And I know that type of exercise is something that would be covered under a neighborhood planning process. However, understanding that is like, I think it might be critical to actually move this forward. So I'll have to rattle with that, or have to sit with that between here and next time it's before us. And if there's any examples of something similar that could be helpful aid for that conversation, I would welcome that at the next touch point.
Thanks for that. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I'd like to test an amendment to add another bullet, probably under 4710 Transportation Network, considering designs that minimize impact on municipal road infrastructure costs. And I would speak to it if seconded.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
An additional bullet that considers cost impacts to the district of district road infrastructure.
Yeah, I'll second.
I'm just trying to, I don't want to sort of figure out the language for a specific bullet, but I think to the mayor's point, this idea that I think it's an important consideration, like the guidance should be that this needs to come with a design that sort of minimizes additional long-term municipal road infrastructure costs. And so I don't want to be prescriptive about what that is, but I think that fits in with what we're talking about and something that should be considered. So, yeah.
Hey, Councillor Stoner.
If I may, our municipal road design is contained in our subdivision and control bylaw. The language here is requiring that strata roads would follow that design. And so I'm not sure we want to add language in our development permit area guideline that may be different or like contrary or duplicative, I'm not sure which one, to our subdivision and control bylaw.
So for clarity, this wouldn't be contradictory. It would be because, depending on what benches exist, what fill you do, what benches you cut, you could have many different designs, which would all have to be consistent with our subdivision control bylaw. So they'd meet the grades and so on, but you could end up with wildly different lengths or turnarounds and so on. So it's just some guidance to sort of think about that as you're designing your site, or as the planners are reviewing the site. Is what I'm trying to get at here, because you could have something again that is consistent with our subdivision control bylaw, but is like 10-kilometer road because we've got a really steep slope that.
Sorry, Councillor Anderson, was your comment on this? Okay, go ahead.
I would be concerned that we're heading down a slippery slope of engaging with trade-off issues, some of which are going to belong in other contexts, including the OCP. So I would be concerned that we would be prompting some, I hate to use the word, but clutter in this piece because, well, there's a number of other trade-off issues we could be addressing, but they do belong to other contexts. And I think that this suggestion is on the borderline of leading us to other significant trade-offs that need to be considered, but not in this particular bylaw. Thank you.
Mayor Herford, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that the sort of the intent here. I do think that this matter does live in another document. This talks about the roads that are discussed here are talked about strata developments with buildings that require access for emergency services. So I don't know what strata development doesn't require, or with buildings don't require emergency services. That language is a bit odd, but that's a bit of an aside. To me, this is about strata roads. So then the cost of maintaining those and those types of considerations should be in the subdevelopment control bylaw. And I think a lot of that document speaks directly to the standards of how the roads are constructed and so on, that with an eye towards that maintenance. So I like this initiative, but I don't think it lives here, so I'm not going to support the amendment.
Thanks. And Councillor Hamilton, did you have a comment?
I don't know how to, but I wouldn't mind to understand if this does live somewhere else. Can we ask a question to staff at this moment, which is, at what point in our development consideration do we take the cost of municipal infrastructure into account? Is that a fair question to ask during a motion?
Did you have a comment? Did anyone on staff have a comment about that? Or would you like him to repeat the question? Could you please repeat that?
I'd like to ask, so for the amendment that's being proposed, I'd like to understand whether the municipal cost, the ongoing municipal cost of infrastructure is considered at any particular point that is not the steep slopes DPA within our development process.
Melissa Pomblito, Corporate Officer. Generally, we advise that if there's a motion on the floor, staff don't wade in unless there's a very clear black and white answer that staff can provide and it isn't contextual. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's any.
Black and white. Okay, through the chair, black and white. The only place that I am aware of it is in the OCP neighborhood planning policies. One of the items is fiscal impact assessment in a neighborhood plan, that should be considered. That's the only place.
Councillor Pettengill.
And just to my colleagues, again, this isn't speaking about strata roads. I don't think it's covered in the strata roads bylaw. And this is specifically an issue when you're dealing with steep slopes on flatlands. You don't have switchbacks. You don't have all these pressures. So I think it is actually uniquely appropriate in this bylaw for this circumstance.
Okay. Seeing no further comments about this amendment, just going to take a vote on the amendment. All in favor? So Councillor Pettengill and Greenlaw, and opposed? Everyone else. Okay. Hamilton, Anderson, Stoner, Herford, and French oppose. Okay. And so going back to our original motion, were there any more questions or any more comments? Yes, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I appreciated the, I'm going to look for it, the engagement summary contribution to the staff report, as it quite clearly spells out some of the trade-offs involved in the issue of strata roads. And I also note that the Strata Road topic among the quantitative questions had the least support. That is, how important is it for Strata Roads to meet maximum gradients? Among the questions asked, that was the one that stood out. It is, these trade-offs are to be squarely understood and appreciated. And I feel that the report with the complement of the engagement summary provided that picture. With respect to Squamish Nation engagement, the engagement feedback focused on culturally significant vegetation. I do hope that when we are engaging with the Squamish Nation on a topic such as this, that is not only as the Squamish Nation, but as a significant owner of lands that come within the scope of this bylaw. And 190 hectares of fee simple lands owned by the nation with their intention quite explicit for future residential use. So I think we'll always need to be careful to properly identify the Squamish Nation as a stakeholder for these reasons when we conduct that engagement. Three parts of the, I mentioned last time, and it's a very general comment, the first time I heard about the need to develop clear steep slope guidelines about 25 years ago from the then chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, Gary Runka. And his was explicitly, we need to do this because we need tools to protect scarce valley bottom lands for habitat, valuable habitat, farmlands, and other diverse uses. It's a general goal that will be an OCP topic, as well as the engagement with the Squamish Nation will take shape during the OCP review as well. Two aspects of the current initiative I appreciate, and that is the improved response to and recognition of the uniqueness of the Squamish topography. There's a big leap forward in our capturing of that in our approach, and also generally the performance-based guidelines approach that we're taking. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Stoner.
I have one addition that I'd like to test with council, and that'd be a third bullet point that says staff bring back clarification on the review process for the letter from a qualified professional required under the development permit exemption to the next presentation on this item. I don't want to include it in the guidelines, just a description of it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any other comments? Okay, so call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Any other comments on the motion as amended? Yes, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I'm glad to have this. I think, for me, for the most part, it does make sense. I'm still struggling a little bit with the alignment with some of our other policies with the fire piece and all of that. I think if we can get past that, it is good. I think it's just making sure, and I think there is potential. I think it may require some innovation, but I think it's just stating clearly that wherever it is, flat or land or steep slope land, it needs to be navigable, accessible, fire safe, and all those things. And so I think that's what we're trying to push for here, and that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments? Okay, well then I'll call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you very much for being here today. Okay, so we have our next topic starting in 15 minutes. So we'll just recess until 3 o'clock. Thanks. Just start the meeting again. We're gonna have a slight change in how we're moving forward for the next two topics. We're going to have the BCER give a presentation, then Fortis will present, and then we'll have time to discuss to ask questions after that. So just to make sure that everybody's in the room for the questions that we want answers for. So joining us will be some externals joining us from the BC energy regulators, and I have on my list that will be Nicole Kuzman, Dax Bork, Jeff Turner, and Justine Johnson, but I don't see Dax Bork in there, so I'm not sure if they will be joining us. And then from Fortis, we'll have Blake Mansbridge, Paul Chernikowski, and Darren Marshall. So from our staff, we have Ms. Devin Guest and Mr. Velenishkis presenting. Thanks. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is Devin Guest, Manager of Major Projects Industrial here for the District of Squamish. Councillor Greenlaw, you did such a good job introducing our afternoon presenters that I will hand it over directly to the BCER to take us through their presentation.
Great, thank you. I can share my screen if you prefer that method.
I think that's the best. Thank you, Nicole.
Sorry, just Eric, Councillor Anderson, would you mind turning on your camera, please? Sorry, go ahead.
And if anybody could let me know if they can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Great. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Kuzman. I am the Vice President of Safety, Engineering and Audit at the BC Energy Regulator. I'm a professional engineer with over 20 years of engineering experience with a technical expertise and background in pipeline design, construction, operations, and pipeline emergencies. So the BCR has 300 employees operating out of 7 locations to ensure our presence near energy resource activities. And I do want to do a quick land acknowledgement. We acknowledge and respect the many First Nations, each with unique cultures, languages, legal traditions, and relationships to the land and water on whose territories the British Columbia Energy Regulators work spans. I'm speaking from the territory of the Lekwungen speaking people today. So the BC Energy Regulator oversees the full life cycle of energy resource activities in BC, from site planning to final restoration. Our role includes the regulation of natural gas, oil, hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and renewable energy sources such as geothermal, solar, and wind power. Companies looking to explore for, develop, or produce these energy resources must apply to the BC Energy Regulator. Our team includes experts in air, water, land, and subsurface resources who work collaboratively across the government and industry, sharing policy and technical expertise in support of BC's energy transition and help meet future global energy needs. We are self-funded through the application of industry fees and levies and are accountable to the provincial legislature and the public through the Ministry of Energy and Climate Solutions. We work to ensure industry compliance with provincial legislation, to consider the well-being of communities and landowners. So today I'm going to cover off some topics including regulatory requirements, emergency management, technical expertise, and external audit. And these are all going to relate specifically to pipeline safety oversight. The BCR, which I'll refer to as that is the BC Energy Regulator, follows the Plan, Do, Check, Act compliance model. And the compliance management system is a complex and multifaceted part of the regulator's operations involving contributions from all areas of the organization. The compliance management system is the mechanism through which the regulator connects and manages all the interrelated components of its business, contributing to its role in overseeing industry compliance and achieving its compliance management objectives. So I thought I'd throw in here so people have lots to read. I'm happy to answer questions at the end. So I just want to give an overview of some of the things we're looking for. So the pipeline regulation at the BCR governs design, construction, operation, maintenance, and deactivation of pipelines in BC under the Energy Resources Activities Act. The BCER pipeline regulation requires compliance with CSA Z662 oil and gas pipeline systems, which is the recognized pipeline safety standard for Canada. The work must be overseen by a professional engineer registered under BC's Professional Governance Act. CSA Z662 oil and gas pipeline system sets minimum requirements for design and materials, construction, testing and commissioning, operation, maintenance, integrity management, and emergency preparedness and response. The BCER pipeline regulation has increased the damage prevention requirements by requiring authorization and controls for pipeline crossings. So this places explicit responsibility on permit holders to manage crossing related damage risks. There are additional requirements to permit holders to record damage and malfunctions, even if there is no product release. This expectation shifts the focus from reactive spill reporting to learning from damage precursors to prevent future incidents. The BCER can audit and verify whether effective damage prevention programs are actually in place, which is a shift to proactive damage prevention. In summary, there are increased controls on crossings, expanded damage reporting, and stronger record-keeping obligations in addition to the Canadian National Pipeline Standard. CSA Z662 referenced in the pipeline regulation mandates a formal integrity management program. The integrity management program for pipelines and facilities ensures pipelines and facilities operate safely and are environmentally responsible through auditing, integrity initiatives, and technical inspections. It specifies the processes and practices used by operators to anticipate hazards, analyze, assess, and manage associated risks. Pipeline and facility permit holders are expected to manage the risks associated with construction, operations, and deactivation for the full life cycle of pipelines and facilities. CSA Z662 requires systematic hazard identification and risk assessment. So these integrity management programs must identify threats such as corrosion, geotechnical hazards, third-party damage, material defects, and operating errors, and assess risks using consequence and likelihood-based methods consistent with Annex N of the standard. CSA Z662 enforces risk-based integrity assessments and monitoring. Operators must apply risk-informed inspection and assessment methods. An example, inline inspection, pressure testing, direct assessment, or engineering assessment at intervals justified by operating conditions, pipeline age, material, and failure history. The BCR verifies that assessment methods and intervals are technically justified. The BC Energy Regulator audits and completes field inspections to evaluate not just whether an integrity management program exists, but whether it is implemented, technically sound, and effective. Deficiencies may result in compliance orders, required program changes, or operational restrictions. So threat identification must include public-facing risks. The integrity programs must assess threats such as corrosion, ground movement, such as landslides, erosion, seismic effects, third-party damage, including excavation strikes, and material or construction defects, all of which can directly affect residents, roads, municipal infrastructure. Damage prevention programs are legally required as well. Under the pipeline regulation and CSA Z662 Canadian standard for oil and gas pipeline systems, operators must have an auditable damage prevention program and explicitly identify third-party damage hazards such as vehicle crossings, agricultural activity, construction, and excavation activities, to name a few. CSA Z662 uses safety classes based on population density and land use. As development intensifies near pipelines, integrity requirements, such as wall thickness, pressure limits, monitoring, become more stringent. The BCER oversight ensures pipeline operators reassess integrity where new buildings, subdivisions, or public facilities increase consequence levels near existing pipelines. So regulatory notifications. For integrity digs, inline tool inspections and repairs demonstrate proactive damage prevention and integrity management of operators. These controls are in place to prevent incidents. The picture provided on the top right is an example of an inline inspection tool that travels the pipeline in order to obtain various data such as metal loss, damage, sizing, location. Operators are required to complete verification digs as part of their integrity management program to ensure the data obtained from these inline inspection tool runs is accurate. The picture provided on the bottom right is an example of a corrosion finding from a smart tool run, which is then assessed for wall thickness and pressure limitations. So this is all done by a professional engineer. CSA Z662 standard has requirements for engineering assessments, which may result in repair, reduced pressure for operation, or full pipeline replacement, and the timelines associated to complete these activities. Inline inspection notifications show the BCER the operator is actively monitoring pipeline health, proactively preventing incidents. The BCER has created damage prevention flyers for contractors, operators, municipalities, and for the general public. Under Pipeline Regulation Section 7, operators must have damage prevention programs addressing line locating, right-of-way management, signage, and control of third-party activities. The BCER expects operators to proactively identify, monitor, and manage third-party activities on and near the pipeline right-of-way, recognizing excavation, loading, and vehicle traffic as leading causes of pipeline damage. BCER oversight focuses on whether right-of-way patrols, aerial surveillance, and monitoring programs actually detect encroachments early and drive timely intervention, not simply whether monitoring occurs. The BCER requires operators to participate in the BC One Call or Click program, which requires line locate systems, ensuring crews can identify pipelines before excavation. The BCER also participates in the Common Ground Alliance, comprised of operators, regulators, and the BC One Call organization to organize dig education and outreach activities. This is the second page of the contractor damage prevention flyer. Note, the BC One Call must be contacted if pipeline is suspected to be within 30 meters from the point of digging. That's suspected, not confirmed. Just suspected. Excavation and development risks are addressed through mandatory damage prevention programs, the BCER compliance and enforcement actions, and BCER engineering oversight. The BCER conducts risk-based and random inspections across the pipeline life cycle, including during construction, operation, and maintenance, focusing on higher risk areas such as river crossings, unstable terrain, and populated regions. This provides assurance that integrity programs are not just documented, but implemented. Where deficiencies are identified, the BCER can issue orders, require corrective actions, restrict operations, or escalate enforcement, directly supporting public and environmental safety. So operators must plan for pipeline emergencies. Integrity and operations programs must include incident detection, isolation, and response measures, reducing the likelihood and severity of releases affecting the public. The BCER verifies these elements through inspections and compliance reviews. Pipeline operators must report spills, leaks, damage, or malfunctions to the BCER. This enables regulatory response and informs coordination with emergency responders, including local authorities where impacts may extend beyond the right-of-way. Operators must maintain emergency response plans consistent with CSA Z662. These plans must include identification of potential release scenarios, immediate public and environmental protection measures, and notification protocols for local government and first responders. The BCER conducts regular emergency exercises with operators to ensure compliance to the regulations. Incidents are regulated, reported, and enforced, supporting emergency preparedness and public safety. The BCR oversees incident investigations, confirms root cause analysis, requires corrective and preventative actions, and may impose enforcement actions if safety requirements are not met. The BCER has authority to do compliance and enforcement actions to issue compliance orders, require repairs or pressure reductions, shut down unsafe pipeline segments if required, and apply administrative penalties. So here's a slide with a little bit of the pipeline expertise that we have here, which is quite a bit. The BCR has a dedicated engineering staff, which includes pipeline engineers who have experience in pipeline design, construction, and operations, stress corrosion cracking and general corrosion, geohazard mitigations, coatings, horizontal directional drilling, welding, pipeline loading, electrical interference, integrity and general repair methods, emergency response, and many more other categories. The BCR also participates on the CSA Z662 oil and gas pipeline system standard. I'm currently the technical lead for the BCER, and we have several other engineers on these subcommittees to review and improve the pipeline standard. The BCR conducts inspections during construction and operations to ensure a full life cycle approach. The BCR's external audit program provides independent, risk-informed verification that pipeline operators have effective systems in place to prevent damage and manage safety throughout the pipeline life cycle. There's a system-level verification of pipeline safety programs. The BCR audits assess the design and effectiveness of operator management systems, including pipeline integrity and damage prevention programs, rather than relying only on incident outcomes. Audit selection is informed by risk modeling, compliance history, asset complexity, and operational data to focus oversight on pipelines with elevated public or environmental safety risk. External audits evaluate processes such as right-of-way monitoring, integrity assessment, and corrective action management that cannot be, if it's not able to be fully verified through site inspections alone. Audit findings might result in required corrective actions that are tracked to completion, providing assurance that identified weaknesses in pipeline safety or damage prevention programs are systematically addressed. Audits confirm integrity assessments are appropriately scheduled and also matched to pipeline risk, location, and consequence to public safety. The BCER audits evaluate whether operators use inline inspections, integrity digs, and data analysis to identify corrosion, if there's cracking, if there's mechanical damage threats, before the failure occurs. The BCR audits review how operators prioritize, execute, and verify repairs to ensure safety margins are restored and maintained. Specific to pipelines, the BCR engineering team, no idea why that's up there. The specific to pipelines, the BCR engineering team annually conducts integrity management program audits of pipeline permit holders, covering up to 18 categories based on the operator performance, incidents trending in the province, and historical audit results. The integrity management program is an integral part of an overarching management system. The Pipeline Integrity Management Program has been a regulatory requirement since 1999. This graph represents data from both pipeline and facility integrity management program audits from 2020 to 2025, which were conducted by professional engineers and trained auditors at the BCER. The overall annual audit scores are averaged for the permit holders in this graph, and they have shown a steady upward trend of compliance over a 5-year period for both of the pipeline and facility integrity management programs. The BCR expects operators to actively manage, document, and continuously improve prevention across the entire pipeline lifecycle using risk-based programs that can withstand audit and enforcement scrutiny. So what this means, key takeaway for municipalities is the BC pipeline regulation and the Canadian safety standard CSA Z662 provide assurance that pipelines near communities are risk assessed, monitored, and maintained based on population density and consequence to people and infrastructure. The BCR has a dedicated engineering team providing technical safety oversight for the full life cycle of pipelines regulated in British Columbia. The BCR has strong coordination with permit holders and municipalities to ensure there is comprehensive emergency response if it is required. I've provided some links to some reports that are published annually if you would like to do a deeper dive. And with that, are there any questions?
Council, does anybody have a brief question specifically right now, or should we just move on to Fortis as planned and come back to this and ask questions? Anything, any detail that needs to be clarified? Okay, so I think we'll just, thanks for that presentation, Ms. Kuzman. I think we'll just move on to the Fortis presentation and come back with questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. I will briefly introduce the presenters from Fortis today. Mr. Mansbridge, Senior Manager of External Relations of Eagle Mountain Pipeline, Mr. Chernikowski, Director of Technical Risk and Governance for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline, and Mr. Marshall, Project Director of EGP Project.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to ask for silence in the gallery, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Devin mentioned, my name is Blake Mansbridge. I'm our Senior Manager of External Relations at Fortis BC. Paul Chernikowski is our Director of Technical Risk and Governance, specifically for the Eagle Mountain to Woodfibre Gas Pipeline Project, the EGP project. And Darren Marshall is our EGP Project Director. We appreciate the invitation to be here today and the opportunity to be on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. I'd also like to recognize that our project is being constructed on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, Musqueam Indian Band, and Coquitlam First Nation. So we were invited to speak specifically about pipeline safety today. We also have some information to provide an update on where we're at with the EGP project. So the agenda that we have prepared is some information about Fortis BC, an overview of the EGP project, background on our Indigenous and regulatory approvals, current project status. Then we will transition to the safety portion of our presentation and focus on designing the pipeline to reduce risks, constructing the pipeline to reduce risks, and ultimately protecting the public around pipelines. To begin with, about Fortis BC, we deliver energy to nearly 1.3 million homes and businesses across the province. And we provide electricity, natural gas, renewable natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and thermal energy. We serve 135 communities across the province and 58 Indigenous communities across 150 traditional territories. And we directly employ more than 2,700 British Columbians and are among BC's largest private sector union employers. The purpose of the EGP project is to expand our existing gas system to supply natural gas to our customer, Woodfibre LNG. And this includes installing 50 kilometers of new gas pipeline between Squamish and Coquitlam, as well as supporting infrastructure, and 9 kilometers of new gas pipeline that it will be housed within a tunnel that is currently being constructed beneath the Squamish estuary. The EGP project received an environmental assessment certificate from the BC Environmental Assessment Office in 2016. Also in 2016, Squamish Nation completed an independent environmental assessment, resulting in what is referred to as the Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment Agreement. Additionally, prior to construction beginning in 2023, we also finalized agreements with Tsleil-Waututh Nation, Musqueam Indian Band, and Coquitlam First Nation. The project is also regulated by the BC Energy Regulator, and we have received permits and authorizations from multiple other agencies. As I mentioned, construction of the EGP project began in August 2023, so it has been going on for some time, and we are nearing completion. And that's expected. We're expected to be complete. We're expected the project will be completed in 2027. As a reminder, the project includes 3 primary components. The first is our compressor stations. That includes a new compressor station that is currently being constructed at the Woodfibre LNG site, and a compressor station that's being upgraded in Coquitlam. Both of those are targeted for completion by the end of this year. The second component of our project is the tunnel. The tunnel is approximately 85% complete in total. The soft ground tunnel beneath the Squamish estuary was actually completed earlier this year in March. And the hard rock tunnel, starting from the Woodfibre LNG side, is ongoing and expected to finish later this year. And then the pipeline installation will occur into early next year. And on the pipeline construction is approximately 60% complete to date, with completion expected early next year and restoration continuing throughout next year. I'm sure people are familiar with the works that we have going on in town, Industrial Way and Finch Drive, and we actually just completed the Industrial Way trenchless construction today, so that marks another positive milestone for the project. So we will transition to safety of the EGP pipeline and our operations now. And just a few remarks before I hand it over to Paul to present. We understand that there was a District of Squamish Council presentation discussion that occurred in December of last year. And there was interest in inviting us and the BC Energy Regulator to present on pipeline regulation and safety in BC. So we appreciate the invitation and again for being here today. We did have the opportunity to present on this topic previously in July 2022. And we'd like to note that a recording of that presentation remains publicly available on the District of Squamish website. So as the EGP project nears completion, the next few slides that Paul will present focus on pipeline design, construction, and measures to protect the public during operations.
Okay, thanks, Blake. So good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. Just a little bit about myself, since the last time I presented was to a different council. So I've been with FortisBC for 27 years now. I'm a professional engineer by training. For many years, I was the Director of Engineering and Asset Management for both our gas and electric utilities in BC. As part of that role, I led our groups of technical experts that oversee both our pipeline integrity programs and our damage prevention activities. Currently, I'm working on the EGP project as the Director of Technical Risk and Governance, where, among other things, I lead the quality management and the damage prevention aspects of the project. Outside of FortisBC, for the last 6 years, I've chaired the Canadian Standards Association Strategic Steering Committee for Liquid and Gaseous Energy Systems. Sorry, I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but basically we oversee the technical committees that are responsible for developing all the CSA codes and standards for oil and gas pipelines, steel pipe, LNG plants, emergency management, damage prevention, you name it. And that was that list that Ms. Kuzman already presented in her slide and mentions Z662, for example. And I'll also be talking about it shortly. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors for BC One Call for the last 13 years, and I was honored last week to be elected as the new chair of the board. BC One Call, of course, is the service that connects excavators with underground asset owners. Remember, it's a free call. Tell your friends and neighbors, call before you dig. The reason I mention all of that, though, is I want to convey that I've spent most of my career in infrastructure risk assessment and hazard mitigation. Risk management, pipeline integrity, damage prevention, these are very personal topics to me, and it's something I live and breathe on a daily basis. Next slide. Oh, where are we on? So yeah, as Blake already mentioned, we're here to provide a bit of an update on the project
progress. As a reminder, we've already talked about it, but yes, we're designing and constructing the project under the oversight of the BC Energy Regulator. We've already met today. They've already talked about their role, so I'm not going to go into any further detail that way. We have noted here, we do have other regulators that also oversee our operations, but the BCER is the primary one when it comes to our high pressure pipelines. Of course, the guiding document, the third bullet here, is our Bible, effectively. The CSA standard referred to as Z662. And it's a very detailed document. The last edition, 2023, is over 1,000 pages. Covers the entire life cycle of pipelines, all the way from design through construction, operations, and even abandonment. And as noted, and Ms. Guzman also talked about it, but compliance with Z662 is mandatory for us. So one of the topics in the code, so this is the second last bullet on the slide, is the concept referred to as class location. I just want to talk about that a little bit. Basically, it represents the level of human development around a pipeline. There's 4 classes. Class 1 is essentially undeveloped rural areas. And it goes all the way up to class 4, which would typically be somewhere like downtown Vancouver. Normally, based on the code, guidelines, requirements, would consider Squamish a class 3 location based on the development. But we actually elected to design the pipeline through this area to the highest level, class 4. And the wording in the code actually is, class 4 locations would be a prevalence of buildings intended for human occupancy with 4 or more stories above ground. And I think it's fair to say that it's probably a bit in the distant future for Squamish, but if it happens, the pipeline will already be ready for it. And then the last item on this slide is, yes, we did engage a third-party expert consultant to conduct a quantitative risk assessment for the entire project. And those QRAs are not required by code, but we chose to do it as a verification, and it confirmed that the EGP project will meet the accepted individual and societal risk thresholds at all the locations along the pipeline, including in Squamish. So for the next 2 slides, I'm not, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each bullet in detail. You have the slides in the pre-read, and you can look at them afterwards as well. But most are self-explanatory as well, but I'd like to add some color to highlight a couple of them. One of the very first questions we received was with respect to peer review. That's already a professional practice requirement for engineers and the consultants that we use. So peer review is a topic that's already addressed. In terms of the pipe materials and the construction for the project, we're essentially using some of the best materials available in the world. The pipe was made by one of the top mills in Germany. They're effectively the only one that could meet our stringent specifications. Every single weld, and there's literally thousands of them along the pipeline, every single one is examined by ultrasound or X-rays. And then multiple people check those results to confirm that the weld passes or it's redone. In terms of the protection of the pipe itself, first, the entire pipe body is coated in a high-performance epoxy, and that's the primary barrier that protects against external corrosion. It's fairly simple math, actually, to calculate the surface area of the pipe. And to give you an idea, it's about 113,000 square meters. To give you a sense of comparison, because that's just a number, well, the Walmart in Squamish, the floor area is about 8,100 square meters. So the surface area of our pipe is approximately 14 Walmarts. And every square millimeter of that coating is checked for imperfections and is repaired before it goes into the ground. On top of that, the pipe is then wrapped in a thick protective, what we call a rock jacket, before it's bedded in sand and then backfilled. And one of the comments that I've heard multiple times when I've been talking to our contractors out in the field is that this is one of the best built pipelines they've ever seen. Once the pipe is in the ground, it's then going to be hydrostatically tested So we'll fill it with water and pressurize it to over twice its maximum operating pressure to validate the design and the construction. And then the last bullet here, some of the recent design changes that we were asked about, those changes actually just serve to further reduce the risk compared to what it would have been previously calculated. Next slide. Again, very briefly, there's a fair number of words on this slide, but just in terms of managing our operating system. The first bullet, renewing and upgrading our system. We invest hundreds of millions of dollars in our capital every year on renewal of our system. We monitor our entire transmission system every hour of every day by our gas control center in Surrey. Again, Ms. Kuzman went into lots of detail around all the different aspects of integrity management, so I'm not going to necessarily go through in detail. I will mention again that we're very strong partners with BC One Call to support safe excavating practices, to prevent damage to underground infrastructure. And even the statistics bear out the fact that that effort is helping. The number of damages that we've seen on our own system have gone down significantly in recent years, province-wide. And so that message of call before you dig is getting out there. And then last, we conduct these emergency response exercises to simulate all sorts of different incidents that can affect our gas system. And our regulators are often present in those exercises as observers, and they provide feedback to us. And really with that, that's all I have for you today. We're happy to take any questions you might have.
In collusion with the regulator.
Okay, so that's all then. Okay. Then that opens us up for questions. Would anybody like to start? Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I guess my first question is, what was the rationale for moving to the construction of the pipeline to the class 4? And is it just the population density that changes consideration of, or are there other factors that it changes consideration
of? Sorry, forgot. The benefit of moving to the class 4, yes, is that it does accommodate higher population densities. And essentially what it causes the pipeline designer to use is a higher safety factor for the pipeline. And the benefit to that is that better acceptance of the public for having the pipeline through their area, because the pipeline is designed already to the highest possible standard.
Okay, I have Councillor Pettengill next.
Yeah, might need more than one round. And this one is it's a combo, I think, to BCR and Fortis, and just watching what happened with the CGL pipeline, what's happening with the Kitimat flare stack, and then the Fortis effluent permits. I hear all the things about all the assessments and regulation that's supposed to be happening and monitoring, but what we're seeing is not that, or when things happen, it is sort of inconsequential actions, it seems. And, with Fortis, we had, when you apply for your next permit, the last permit that you're currently operating under, that, you're going to upgrade the water treatment if there's issues. We're going to upgrade the, you'd stop if you're going above the thresholds. And the BCR recommendation was just to, when they found out, keep going and apply to pollute even more. And so this is our perception, or what we see. And so when we hear about all the things you're doing for safety and all the checks and so on, how do we have confidence in our regulator or you folks that we can actually trust any of what's being presented to us? Because what we see on the ground is, quite frankly, quite the opposite.
So whatever the area of the project, first of all, we take our obligations to safety and the environment very seriously. We have a very strong track record with respect to pipeline safety. We've also been very transparent that executing the EGP project is technically challenging, and there's many uncertainties, and one of those is water inflows during the tunneling. And I think probably Mr. Marshall can speak further to this, but so the main point I want to make here is I think it's a bit improper to conflate the environmental compliance there of the tunneling with our overall pipeline integrity and the role of the BCER there. The science underlying pipeline integrity is very well known, and we have a proven track record in our performance of our pipelines.
I'd just maybe add on the waste discharge authorization that certainly the conditions that we've encountered have been different than what we anticipated.
Excuse me, sorry, you're going to have to remain silent, please, in the gallery. Okay. Councillor Stone, oh, sorry, were you done? Did you have more to say?
I was just going to provide a little bit of context that we did encounter conditions. Sorry? Oh, the microphone's on.
We told you. You ignored it. Ms. Saxby, I'm sorry, but if you can't keep it to yourself, we're going to have to ask you to leave. Thanks.
If it's okay if I speak?
Sorry, I believe he was still continuing. He's
Okay.
just been interrupted a couple times. Thanks.
I was just going to provide context that the conditions have differed from what we had anticipated. And as a result of that, we have sought these amendments. Where we have had exceedances, we have self-reported those, and we have assessed them through a qualified professional.
Did you have something to add, Councillor Stoner, or? Sorry, I'm sorry. The Ms. Kuzman, what would you like to say?
So I do appreciate the concern that was brought up, and to give a little bit of background, how do we have confidence? So I'm a professional engineer. I answer to my association. I protect the public and I protect the environment. Through my career, I have done that. I have an excellent track record of doing that. Happy to reach out and have some conversations to try to improve your level of trust if that's required, but also look to the record in the province for the pipelines regulated by the BC Energy Regulator, and look at the safety that this province has seen with pipelines. And I'm just speaking specifically to safety. That's what I was asked to come speak to. I do have my colleague Dax Burke here, if he had anything to add.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add on the compliance side of things, I mean, the BCR has a graduated compliance and enforcement model that we employ in regards to all of the compliance oversight we conduct, meaning that we take the actions that we take are commensurate with the issues that we're managing. So we are reviewing public safety, impacts to the environment, regulatory requirements. It all goes into the decision-making processes when we're deciding which or what compliance tools we may be electing to use to manage any situation or circumstance that we're dealing with at any time.
Thanks. I believe Councillor Stoner had something to add.
Yeah, thank you. Just building on my council colleague's question, and appreciate there's a differentiation here between the safety of the pipeline and the environmental infractions that we've seen. And this question is actually to the BCER. Building on this issue of trust and ensuring that you are really fulfilling the core part of your mandate around protection of public safety and the environment. I think one of the challenges that I have in our community is that there is lack of trust in the regulator, given a number of experiences over the past year, whether it's the EGP pipeline dumping an additional 365 million liters of effluent into a creek beyond its permit, LNG Canada flaring 15 times more gas than allowed, recent investigations that show over 1,000 potential infractions that have been left unchecked by the BC Energy Regulator. And so I guess I'm just curious, with those things out there, how do we continue to rebuild trust in our community that the regulator is indeed holding these proponents to account and really focusing on public safety and environmental safeguards as presented in their permit limits, when what we hear is this graduated compliance actually just requests that folks reapply for new permits or a different permit limit as opposed to actually charging them for those infractions?
So I can speak briefly to the public safety side. So on my team, including myself, we have 16 engineers. And once again, we have our ethics and we report to our organization. We work for the BC Energy Regulator, but the level of ethics and integrity with my team and myself is of the utmost of integrity. Our experience, the depth that we go into for oversight of the permit holders, I'm speaking specifically to safety and pipeline safety and design and operations, is extensive. We know when they're going to be doing inline inspection runs, every incident, every repair, everything, every potential incident comes into my team to look at. We're trending statistics. We're looking for things proactively. We're having conversations with permit holders. We're meeting with them. We're going to the field. One of my staff members was out the week before last at the Eagle Mountain Pipeline just to see if there's anything going on. We've got eyes on the ground too. So we have technical expertise with field and pipelines as well. And I encourage you to reach out to the BC Energy Regulator if you do have further questions, because there's a substantial amount of work that we do to protect the public, especially on the pipeline side and all the other assets that we oversee. It's a dedicated team.
Thanks, Nicole. For those I haven't met before, my name is Jeff Turner. I'm Executive Director for Energy Transition and Strategic Coordination with the regulator here. On the question of public trust and transparency, there are a couple of things that I think I can highlight there as well. One is that we make all of our compliance and inspection materials public on our website. It is searchable. You can look and find all of the inspections we've undertaken on Eagle Mountain or Wood Fiber or any other project that we regulate on there. See what was found, see what actions were taken. The other piece I wanted to note, and this goes back to one of the points that the board has raised in terms of their work on the waste discharge exceedances and the reviews that they undertook with their qualified professionals when they were doing the self-reporting as they were required under their permit conditions. We also employ a wide range of professionals, Nicole and her team being one set of them as engineers. We also have hydrologists, agrologists, registered professional biologists, and those experts all have a role in regulatory oversight when we're in a situation like we have been in with Eagle Mountain, where exceedances are being reported and a permit holder has registered professionals looking at the situation, telling us that the impacts are minimal or negligible. Our experts review those submissions, they review the data, and they reach their own conclusions as to the reasonableness of what we're hearing from the permit holders. So there are multiple layers to this, and really the foundation is looking at the oversight through appropriate standards, appropriate professional expertise, and tying that back to our mandate on regulatory oversight to ensure safety, environmental protection, the other key elements there.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for that. And I'm not trying to judge the professional integrity of the folks who work at the BCER. I want to be very clear about that. I am curious, though, if you can just clarify, and how many folks do you have on the compliance and enforcement team who could respond to potential concerns around this project? One of the challenges that I've heard is that there aren't very many folks in your team who are deployed across the province. So I'm just curious around the capacity of the BCER to do this work in a way that really builds trust.
Yeah, thank you. The compliance and enforcement team does consist of, it's 31 members in the organization spread across northern BC, primarily in northeast BC with the upstream oil and gas development. We do have our major projects team who leads oversight of the Eagle Mountain Wood Fiber project. They are based out of our Terrace office. It's a team of 5 C&E officers who are available to deploy routinely through inspections to follow up on incidents and complaints. And then from there, depending on the situation at hand, we can adjust existing resources to further support inspection work, increase oversight on all aspects of the energy industry in which we regulate.
So to clarify, you have no staff south of Prince George?
From a compliance perspective, we do not. However, the BCR has staff from Prince George, Kelowna, as well as in Victoria as well.
So I can add to what Dax is saying. So from a technical perspective, we do have engineers. I'm in Victoria. We have a full engineering staff in Kelowna as well, depending on access and timing, who is located where and what the issue might be. We can get to the site relatively quickly from a technical perspective. I myself also have an experience with pipeline emergencies and operations. I have a strong background in emergency response with pipelines, so we do have technical expertise that can help with that, should it be required in a very timely manner.
Okay, I believe Councillor Pettengill had something on this point.
Yeah, just still trying to wrap my head around the public confidence piece, and I think I hear the sort of, there was some assessment about the toxicity, or I'm not using, don't want to put words in your mouth, but how harmful the extra effluent was, and that was deemed, I guess, to be of a lesser concern. But I think, my understanding is there's originally a permit and a promise to not pollute any, not to have any pollution, to everything fully treated. Realize there's a problem, so there was a new permit granted with an ability to pollute more, and that new permit came with promises from Fortis to stop putting out effluent if they were going above until it was resolved. And so that's not really how much. It was like, sort of a commitment they made as part of their application. So when you're reviewing exceedances and so on, do things like that, like what weight do commitments, proponent commitments in obtaining a certificate, do those sorts of commitments play in terms of your judgment of like, oh, hey, they made this promise, they've already had an amendment, we actually really got to hold them to this? Or does that sort of thing not matter?
Maybe for clarity, Councillor Pettengill, were you expecting a response from the BCR or Fortis? BCR?
I think in this case, it's sort of BCR. It's to, we heard they sometimes assess the harm, but in terms of like looking at what promises and commitments were made in obtaining a certificate, how do they hold proponents account to the commitments they made when they asked for a certificate?
Okay, is there anybody from the BCR who'd like to respond to that?
Sure, I can respond to that. So the basis of in this, like certificates or permits or authorizations, like they're a legally binding document, and it's supported based off of our legislation and our legislative framework. So what we can enforce has to be founded either in legislation or specific conditions that are held within our permits and authorizations. So in the case where there's been verbal or commitments made outside of how the approvals that we've issued, that there's no ability for us to pursue an enforcement on those items.
Just for clarity, though, if they've put this in their application for the certificate, they've written it in their own application, that wouldn't sort of raise to that level?
At the end of the day, if it's not included as part of a condition within a certificate, like that is the enforceability mechanism for us, is the actual conditions that come through an application review and the output of the associated authorization or permit.
Thanks for that. We're just going to move on to Mayor Herford. Did you have some questions?
I do. So thank you for this opportunity. First and foremost, it's great to have as many pieces of this puzzle at one table as possible. I'm curious. I'm going to focus my first part of my questions on this, on operation, like operational safety, less so on the construction side is important, but just on this piece, there was in the presentation from BCER, we heard, and in the slide deck, there was a discussion around there's the density, land use, acceptable risk, all those types of things. Is it possible to? I'm curious what level of risk tolerance I think it's the Z662 sort of operates on. In our official community plan, we have certain risk tolerance, and I'm just trying to understand if that standard, how that aligns with the rest of the hazards in our that are contemplated in our community. And I haven't been able to get a clear answer on that yet. I know risk is always something that is challenging to talk about, but it's I think the core of what we're discussing here today.
Hi, Nicole from the BC Energy Regulator. I can say that from the engineering staff, our risk tolerance are 0, like no incidents, no damage, no anything. I know reality is sometimes a little bit different, but that's the standard that we strive for. And that's what we hold the permit holders accountable to. When we are looking at what they're doing, it's not just an exercise with paper. We're pulling reports, we're pulling digs, we're pulling information from their vendors. Every piece of information that they have, we have access to, and we have experts looking at it. We're in the field, we're looking at what they're doing. It's not just what they say to us. That's one part of it, but it's our confirmation of it and how we're looking at what they're doing. You can say that you're going to set the risk, but you actually have to meet that with your intentions, with your activities, with how you're carrying out your works. So that's the level that we want to see, and that's the level we strive for.
It is. I appreciate that. That sounds both aspirational and appreciated. However, like, how is that articulated in the document? I mean, I think that same sentiment, I think, persists through dealing with all hazards. But is that articulated somewhere that we can point to, and what are all those actions compared against if it's not?
It's a good question. I would have to get back to you. The standard's over 1,000 pages, so in order to get you the references, I will have to go through and pick out some of this stuff, and happy to answer that question for you more comprehensively. So I also pointed out in my presentation that CSA Z662 has the minimum for safety standards, and those are a high level of safety standards when you look around the world and you look around what standards are set for pipeline safety around the world. Canada has one of the highest levels of safety set. We meet with all of the regulators throughout North America, through Australia, the UK. We compare what our regulations are because we want best in class. Even in British Columbia, we compare our regulations against other provinces to make sure that BC is best in class. We have a requirement that we put into the regulation for a couple of annexes, Annex A, Annex N, that aren't included as mandatory across Canada, but we have included them as mandatory because we want to do more. When it comes to what level of risk is acceptable, I can definitely provide you some references. So it also comes down to engineers. So our permit holders have to have professional engineers overseeing all of the integrity works, all of their operations works. Those professional engineers have to sign off on it. Our professional engineers will look at the sign-offs and are we comfortable with the level of risk that they've accepted? Because as you know, there's different levels of risk for different organizations, but we have the lens to look at what level of risk is the regulator willing to accept and what controls are in place, what engineers have signed off, what more can we look at to make sure that this is a safe operation?
Yeah, I appreciate that that piece. I think the piece I'm struggling with is that we have a section in our OCP under general natural hazards and constraints. I think here we have a potentially a hazard of some variety that's been regulated into the community. But the pieces that we have through it explicitly talks about the risk level that is acceptable for the community. I'm trying to compare what's been regulated into the community versus what we've been managing from the rest of the risks in the community. And I don't have a point of reference for that besides engineering credentials or professional professional reliance ultimately. And I think that there should be a clear answer to that. It's a is it a 1 in 10,000? Is it a 1 in 100,000? Is it these things are clearly articulated elsewhere. So I would expect a better answer, frankly.
We have a no
actually,
spills requirement. So in our regulation, there's no spills. If you are anticipating that you have a spill coming, you have to shut your pipeline system down. You have to repair it, you have to reduce pressure, you have to do everything in your power as an operator. So in our requirements and our regulations, we do have that level set. And as indicated before, if you're looking for CSA Z662 in particular and what the standards are there that are set, I can happily get back to you. If you're looking for the regulation and what standards are set with BCER, it's zero spills. You have to have containment. And that's why we do the proactive work that we do and the predictive analysis and the trending to see what the operator is doing. Do they need to do anything more? Is what they're doing adequate? But they must maintain their system.
So just I think we're getting close. I think we're getting closer here. I'm going to try again, and then I'll pass it on to another colleague. But I think when there's levels of, if the zero spill is the goal, and that sounds lovely, there's degrees of, we just heard about the levels of protocols in place, and this was the level that was selected here was for a higher density than we're likely to see along the alignment of the pipeline. But there has to be some sort of risk piece that is dictating which level the pipe's built to, and that's it. I'm struggling with that, and maybe I'm not articulating I'm trying to articulate this question as many different ways as I can. But could someone speak to that? Like, what are we using to decide that from a risk perspective? I'm thinking risk in the form of in the context of emergency management, life safety. That's the risk that I'm looking at. I know it's connected to spills, but obviously a breach is where there'd be a safety concern. But can you help me untangle this a little bit?
I'm sorry, I need more information for what you're looking for specifically when you're saying risk. So when I'm saying there's zero spills, that's containment. Having a 24/7 monitor on your pipeline system for any leak detection, if there's any drop in your pressure, right? Like, I'm not sure. The risk level that we're looking for at the BC regulator for safety is zero. And how
So
we're doing
the-
that is many steps. So
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. And
dollars to clean that shit up. And it cost us dearly. Look at across the water. For Christ's sake, stop it now instead of letting this insanity go.
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You don't have to do reconciliation.
Okay.
Actually, if I
sorry.
could just add a little bit there, maybe to add some color. With respect to steel pipelines, one of the things that's sometimes a little counterintuitive, but people need to understand, is that a well-constructed pipeline out of proper materials that's inspected and maintained can last indefinitely. What does that mean? It literally, a pipeline in the ground, it's coated to prevent corrosion. It has cathodic protection on it in case there's any imperfections in that coating. There shouldn't be, but if there are, there's cathodic protection on it. We run tools through those pipelines to inspect them if there's any corrosion that occurs. That pipeline can literally last indefinitely. And we've seen that. We've taken pipelines out of the ground that were installed in the 1950s, and they are exactly the same as when the day they went in. And as I say, it's a little counterintuitive because we're used to thinking of, say, like a wood pole above the ground or something like that, that over time it rots or something. Steel doesn't rot on its own. It will stay pristine forever as long as it's well maintained. And we've seen that demonstrated in our pipelines. The code gives you the instructions to build a pipeline that will last indefinitely. And that's what we use in our design. Does that help a bit?
Not really, because to me, there's still, we were speaking about the level, then there'd be no reason to have the different levels of quality levels, thickness, all that stuff, if it's not meant to mitigate the risk to its neighbors, we'll say, as it runs through. So whether that's selection of materials for the pipe itself, selection of route, taking into consideration the land use of current and future and adjacent lands, all those things. To me, there's a risk piece here that has to feed into it. Otherwise, there'd only be one standard. You put it in, it lasts forever, and it has zero issues.
You're exactly right. And so the pipe on its own will last forever. The problem is we can't control external influences, right? So there is the possibility of external contact on the pipeline by excavators, seismic events, and so on. And geohazards, washouts, you name it. All of those are outlined in the code, and they're considerations that have to go into the design. But there's always a chance that something can occur. Someone can hit the pipe that you weren't expecting. Again, in the case of this pipe, the pipe that's being installed through Squamish is of a wall thickness that even the largest used excavator in North America is not strong enough to puncture it. So even if by some unlikely event, some excavator is operating along Industrial Finch, where we're burying the pipe there approximately 4 meters deep, if it's down 4 meters and it strikes the pipe, it will not puncture the pipeline. So your question is about risk, yes, and what we're doing is we're endeavoring to make all of those possible hazards get down to essentially a zero risk, as close as we can to get it there.
Okay, sorry. I believe Councillor Hamilton had a comment on this.
Yeah, I've seen Mayor Herford. I've essentially the same question that maybe I could help reframe it in a way that I think we're looking for the same, digging for the same information. Okay, so as a municipality, as council, our responsibility is to assess and mitigate and prioritize, assess, prioritize, and mitigate the risks in our community. That includes steep slopes, which we just finished a conversation on, flood risks, debris flow risk, wildfire risk. Right? We have to prioritize all of these risks in our community. I understand that you're saying your responsibility is to minimize the risk, but what I'm looking for is a number that I can use to compare the risk associated with being located at a particular place on a map near the pipeline versus at the bottom of a debris flow hazard versus at the bottom of a 45-degree slope. Who is responsible for providing us the quantitative risk assessment of our community, property by property, or square kilometer by square kilometer?
So we've conducted a voluntary quantitative risk assessment, as I mentioned earlier, and it's what's referred to as a safety-based QRA. And The conclusion of that, and I can actually read it, is the safety-based QRA show that the risk levels at all location on the EGP North, EGP South, and relocated segments are below the broadly acceptable thresholds for both individual and societal safety risk, and therefore meet the risk criteria.
What is
Sorry, I'll
that
just
level?
add,
What?
as a result, no further analysis of potential mitigation was deemed necessary at this time. In terms of what level was used, the consultants that conducted that study took their guidance from CSA Z662. At that time, it wasn't yet published, but they used what's referred to as Annex B in that code, which sets out risk tolerance thresholds, and those are the risk tolerance thresholds that they use. So they are industry accepted thresholds.
Okay, not doubting that. My challenge now is to compare that threshold that I have no numerical value to associate with a flood hazard or a traffic hazard or a debris flow hazard. I'm looking for a numerical assessment in however you'd like to, however it can be communicated, possible deaths per 10,000 community members. This is how we communicate risk hazards. That number is what I need to compare the hazard of this pipeline to the other hazards in our community. Can we have that?
So the numbers that are used for that, the criteria, if you want to call it that, the borderline criteria or the thresholds, is the word I'm looking for, thresholds, are set out, as I said, in Annex B of Z662. Z662 is publicly accessible. Thanks to our regulators in Western Canada, anyone can go onto the CSA group website and access Z662 and view those numerical thresholds themselves.
And just to be clear, that was the annex that was not available when you provided the first assessment. Okay.
It is consistent with the final version.
Now we can look at those numbers if we go and purchase or get Z662. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Pengill.
And so as I look at it, it's 1 in 10,000 for individual risk. That's B6121. Does that sound right?
I'll be honest, I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to go look at it myself.
Because that's a fair bit higher than the risk we tolerate. So we want to send our tolerance because we, as Z663, and I'll have some questions about that, outlines, we have as an authority having jurisdiction for land use planning, we manage the risk. We don't get to choose where the pipeline goes, but we get to choose what density we put along the pipeline. And so we need to understand that number so that we're comfortable. And the classification system is really problematic because you double the population in class 4, double it again, you're doubling the risk each time. And so I guess what maybe this is a good way to move us forward. Can we at least have the consequence and likelihood numbers at different distances along the pipeline, distance from the pipeline, and the population assumptions used for that, so then we can construct the risks ourselves? Because we work with these risks all the time with our debris flow hazards. We know ALARP and all this stuff. I looked through Annex B multiple times. So this isn't over our head. We just would like to understand the information. And we've asked for this for years and can't see, like, I don't need the technical details so that I can dismantle the pipeline. I just want to understand the risk numbers.
So first of all, I've already provided the summary of it, that we meet the broadly accepted thresholds in all cases along the pipeline. In terms of the granular information, with respect, I've already responded that FortisBC will not provide granular detailed information along the pipeline. It's not in the public interest because that would potentially reveal vulnerabilities in our system. I would argue it's no different, for example, if the public wanted to conduct a quantitative risk assessment on the water system in Squamish. Would the District of Squamish offer up risk areas where the valves are, where the security systems are that could be used to defeat the water system?
So just kind of building on this.
While we're on Z663, that has a number of best practices. And in terms of where roads go, parking lots, and so on. And a key best practice from my mind is, and because it makes a lot of sense, is that you don't put a pipeline under a road, which is what's been done here. And so how has that increase in risk, how much did that increase the risk? How is that risk increase addressed? And so how has that been managed? Because again, it seems that this has been constructed contrary to best practices in Z663.
So first of all, with respect to Z663, again, I think there's some misunderstanding regarding the purpose and application of that standard. It's a guideline, it's right in the title, but it's a guideline for local authorities, developers, and pipeline operators. So I underline the word guideline. But further, it states in the document that its planned use is for existing pipeline systems. It explicitly states that it does not apply to planning and installation of future pipeline systems. In the case of the EGP project, we had to route the pipeline through the district of Squamish somewhere. And on balance, installing the pipeline in Finch and along Industrial Way in that existing alignment is still the best location. With respect to Z663, it's intended to provide guidance to land users around pipelines, not the other way around.
Yeah.
So are you saying that new pipelines are somehow magically unaffected by roads in the same way an existing pipeline would be? Like, I'm sort of wondering, like, what design considerations, it's new pipeline, but you must have had some additional design considerations because it seems a known risk for pipelines, putting them under a road. And it speaks to why, because it's hard to get at if there's an issue. There's big disruptions to transportation for emergency services if they need the road, if you have to dig it up to get to an emergency. And so that would apply to a new or existing pipeline. And so how did you sort of understand that risk? How much did it increase the risk? And how did you change design to mitigate for that?
Again, with respect, the standard is intended for the land users that are constructing in the vicinity of an existing pipeline. It's not intended to provide guidance to a pipeline operator or owner that's constructing a new pipeline under a road. That is taken care of under Z662. That's a design issue as to whether the pipeline is able to withstand the loading and potential construction that goes on around the vicinity of the pipeline. What Z663 is intended to provide guidance on is that once a pipeline is constructed, you now have a right-of-way. And of course, what happens a lot of times is that developers, municipalities want to use that land. And there's questions, can we put a road above it? Can we put a parking lot above it? Can we build in the vicinity of it? That is what Z63 is intended to provide guidance for.
So if you had got there before we did with the road and we said we wanted to put a road, would you have said, oh, that's fine? Or you have said, oh, that's kind of an issue? Same pipeline.
Sorry, I don't quite understand. You're saying if the pipeline was already present and you wanted to construct a road on top of it.
Yeah. Would Fortis have an issue with that?
That is something that happens fairly frequently, actually, is where we have municipalities that come to us going to ask to construct in the vicinity of a pipeline. At times, we have to physically replace the pipeline with new material because the existing pipeline was not designed for that road loading. It may not be buried deep enough. Those are all considerations that go into it. And yes, we'll provide a response to the proponent. And if there's modifications of our system that need to take place, then the proponent would pay for those modifications.
Okay. I have a question about the Z622. 662.
6.2 is the code.
Not legislation, but guidelines. My understanding is that this was designed for, or this is for pipelines that have a 60 PSIG plus. Yeah, like that's like a normal size pipeline that goes for supplying like a city like Vancouver, for instance, right? Like at what point does this guideline no longer apply, since we're talking about a pipeline that is almost 4 times that?
You're talking the operating pressure of the pipeline itself?
Yeah.
The code isn't specific to pressures. It provides, I'll say, the engineering formulaic mechanism that once you're given a pressure and a flow that you need to deliver, it sets out the equations that you would use in designing that pipeline. So there's no upper limit on that pressure.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have Councillor Anderson next on my list. Oh, you want back on?
Thank you. This is a question perhaps I might suggest for either Fortis BC or BC Energy Regulator or Mr. Chernikowski as a chair of BC One Call. We have an evolving regulatory infrastructure here, including the guidelines, including the BC Energy Regulator itself. I sometimes draw the comparison to the railway proximity guidelines, which the District of Squamish deals with quite often. We actually have those written into our OCP that we were going to, as policy, follow them. We're also a partner in those guidelines. They are the Railway Association of Canada, Federation of Canadian Municipalities guidelines. While it's a different world of technical standards and environmental demands for integrated planning, but not entirely different. My question really is, is there a place in this evolving regulatory picture for municipalities through either on a provincial basis or on a national basis to be a partner in their development and management? We are, as we see here today, we're dealing with communications issues, trust building issues, but also we have our demands and issues that come forward in integrated planning. Is there a place for municipalities today, or might you foresee in future as a partner in the design and management of this aspects of this regulatory picture, including BC One Call? Is there any comment on this? And this is coming from my experience, our experience in addressing railway proximity guidelines, where we are a partner in that regulatory system. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That actually is an excellent question, and I guess I actually will respond to that on behalf of BC One Call. We actually had our first ever, what we refer to as a roundtable in Vancouver 2 months ago. And we invited municipalities, representatives from municipalities, utilities, contractors, developers. And it was essentially an opportunity to discuss folks' challenges when it comes to ground disturbance activities and development. And one of the items that was identified in it, and I can provide a link to the summary of the roundtable session afterwards, but one of the items that was discussed was coordination of activities. The perfect example is, of course, where Fortis BC will go along and will replace a main under a street, and then Squamish will come along a year later and dig up the same street to replace a sewer line. Everyone agrees that that is obviously far from ideal, and that there is definitely an opportunity for creating some sort of entity that would be able to coordinate those activities. From a pure safety perspective, linking back to Fortis BC, of course, the benefit there is if you're working in one area, it's one activity, it's much easier to control the work and prevent damage to any infrastructure. So yes, I would say it's certainly something that Fortis BC would support, and it's definitely something that BC One Call is looking at.
Thank you.
I can add maybe just a little bit before we move on the, I think there was also a little bit in that question around kind of how the standards are developed, how the BCR's regulatory system is developed. And so we, as normal course of business, review our technical regulations on a rolling basis. That review doesn't include outreach and engagement and consultation with interested stakeholders. So we very routinely work with municipal governments when we're looking at potential regulatory changes to understand their interests and where there may be interactions between our regulations, local bylaws, and the community charter and that type of thing. We also, as the regulator, are active in the development and update of the standards that we use. So we have a number of staff that participate in the CSA working groups to ensure not only that the standards are suitable to achieve the goals that we have, like the zero spills goal that Nicole outlined earlier, but also to ensure that we're thinking ahead to see where those standards are developing and where they're going as we're keeping our regulatory system up to date.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to Councillor Hamilton for questions. As you
Yeah, changing directions a little bit. Last week was Emergency Preparedness Week, and emergency management is something that's on BCER's in their scope, and I assume it's in FortisBC's, well within FortisBC's scope as well. And my question is, what is the our emergency response teams here in Squamish clearly need to be trained up to manage a pipeline and any risks that that presents for them, addressing wildfire, earthquake risks, anything like that. So what's the process for that? For making sure that we are prepared to manage any emergencies exacerbated by the pipeline?
I'll start with that one, and then I'll hand it over, I think, to the BCER from a more global perspective. But just as one example, so in April, I believe it was, of this year, so we had, for example, a tabletop exercise here in Squamish, which was an exercise during the project where it was a simulated event that resulted in potential damage to the pipeline. But the point of that was that we had representatives from the District of Squamish that attended. So the fire chief was there and emergency response manager. I don't remember exactly who it was. So that is common though, when we have these tabletop or full-scale drills, that municipalities do participate. And we're grateful that District of Squamish took part in that one. So that's one specific example. I think in more general terms, I would hand it over to the BCER.
So yeah, at the BCR, we do have our emergency management branch who broadly who's tasked with oversight and ensuring the industries in which we regulate are meeting the emergency management regulation, conducting things like was just said, tabletop to major exercises. So I think it's an opportunity here where we could build a connection from that business group to the district here to kind of have those ongoing conversations and to provide some insights into how broadly we regulate around the emergency management space and try and work together on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the tabletop exercise was with 2 district staff members. Like, that's not training for our fire response teams to address, or our emergency response teams to address any possible emergency within our community. If there's a flood within our community or a debris flow or an earthquake, our emergency response team needs significant training, I assume, to manage the risks that might come up in an emergency surrounding the pipeline. What is the plan? What is the process for FortisBC, BCER, or whoever is responsible for training our emergency response staff to respond to these emergencies?
Yeah, sorry, and I wasn't intending to imply that that was a training situation. No, that was what I was getting at there was that was a recent event where we had joint participation from the District of Squamish. In a more global sense, yes, we have a dedicated department within FortisBC, our emergency management or emergency response group. As I say, we host, I believe it's in the range of 12 to 15 full-scale exercises every year. And we move around the province in different locations, first of all, so in terms of the simulated events. In terms of the training, what you're getting at, that's one of the functions they also provide. So we work with fire departments, first responders, police departments throughout the province to provide training on what do you do if there is, for example, a gas line strike and there's gas escaping. In the case of our LNG transport, that's also another education service that we provide. So yes, that is absolutely something that FortisBC is happy to work with any municipality on providing that required training. We want responders to know how to respond.
Okay, so is that planned
Yeah.
for the District of Squamish? Like we have a plan for it?
Ongoing, irrespective
in
of
the
the
District of
EGP.
Squamish.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. Does anybody
I
from
was just
BC
going to add that. Sorry, I was going to add the within our regulatory framework there are firm requirements for operators to have, maintain, and exercise their emergency response plans. There's also the obligation to respond in the event of an incident sits with the permit holder, and then in the event the permit holder is unable to respond in a timely way, the regulator does have the authority to step in, address the situation, and make the remedy the situation, make it safe at the expense of the permit holder.
Okay, thanks. And then Councillor French, I have you next on my speakers list, and then Mayor Herford.
Thank you. My question is for the regulator. What assurance, if any, can the BCER provide to our community around wood fiber LNG's eventual flaring? And so context for this is many are seeing what's happening with the LNG Canada flaring and the experience there, which seems to be inconsistent with what the original plan was for flaring in that area. So looking for some assurance that learnings are coming out of LNG Canada that could potentially prevent Squamish from having a similar experience to what we're seeing up north.
So there's a couple of pieces that I can speak to generally here. The waste discharge authorization process for air emissions from flaring for wood fiber hasn't started yet. They don't hold a Environmental Management Act permit to do that. There will be a public notification process when they apply for that. There will be the opportunity for community and interested party input into that, and ultimately the process will go to a statutory decision maker at BC Energy Regulator that will look at the public comments. They will look at what we hear from First Nations. They will look at the engineering assessments done by the qualified professionals that support the preparation of the application, and they will make a decision as to whether or not to issue the waste discharge authorization and what conditions to put on it. One of the key elements that will be looked at is the the current state of the airshed in the Squamish area, the expected emissions from the flaring activity that wood fiber would be undertaking, and whether or not the emissions would result in issues from a air quality perspective that were beyond what would be acceptable in terms of air quality guidelines that are applied provincially. The the situation in Kitimat is one that is, I would say, it's a difficult situation, but it is one where there has been ongoing monitoring of the air quality within the community, and there has been regulatory steps that we've taken requiring LNG Canada to undertake additional modeling based on the higher than expected flaring volumes they've undertaken. And that analysis has shown that the additional flaring that's going on isn't meaningfully contributing to any air quality issues within the community. And that is something that we are continuing to monitor and monitoring very, very closely.
Thanks. I was reading an article just before this started with people talking about increased lung irritation and complaints from doctors in the area saying that there's increases in those. So regardless of what is being measured at the isolated measuring stations, I'm not sure that that's accurate. But I think closer to the point is what the concern is. My understanding from what I've read is that not only did the BCER, not only were they made aware of this problem, and not only were they aware of it for months and months, they actually advised the proponent to apply for an amendment as opposed to enforcing any violations. And I think that's where we're having a lot of concern in our community. And going back to some of what Councillor Stoner was saying, the trust has been very heavily eroded, and actions should be taken on behalf of the BCER to ensure that that trust is rebuilt. Yeah. Okay. I think okay. Sorry, Councillor Stoner, did you have something to say? Okay. Well, it's Mayor Herford's turn, and then you. Okay, Mayor Herford next.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor French, for taking us to the flaring topic. This is something that was on my list as well, and I'm hoping. I guess could someone speak to how the lessons learned through the ongoing challenges at the other facilities? How do folks see that flowing through to regulating the WLNG flaring activities, and particularly during startup? This piece around the non-routine language I find extremely challenging. When something happens for a prolonged period of time, it feels like it's routine that it's happening. So that part's challenging for me. But from a regulatory perspective, how are those lessons? How should we expect to see those lessons show up in the review of the application that needs to come forward for this facility to come online?
I think that's something that we can take away as a question, but given the focus of the discussion here was around pipeline safety, we're not we're not in a position to answer that right now.
I think, just if I can, the regulations themselves rarely move at the speed of business, but I would expect the regulators to figure out how to apply the regulations appropriately. So maybe this needs to be if this needs to be a discussion for a future day, we could welcome that opportunity to do that. But I think this is this trying to sort of set the stage so we understand what we can expect through the process is where I'm trying to take us. And if someone from BCR would like to maybe have a different example that's less contentious of learning a lesson in one permit and applying that under the same regulatory framework to another or something else. I'm just trying to understand how we are learning, taking lessons on, and doing better, that ongoing improvement. And part of that is the regulator, and obviously the other half is industry.
Hi, this is Nicole from the BC Energy Regulator. I can speak to pipelines very briefly. So one of the things my team does is we look at incidents, but then we look at root cause analysis. So for each incident, we need to find out what caused it. And that might be a human factor, that might be a design factor, that might be a damage factor from a third party. Like, what caused it? What was the true root cause? And then how can we share that information? So we have a pipeline performance report. We have integrity management audits. All of these things are published on our website. We will go and do safety advisories if there are trends that we see. We will phone operators. We will meet with operators to have discussions on how they're addressing a potential concern. So on the pipeline side, that's how we would proactively look at what has happened, what might happen, but we don't just restrict it to British Columbia or just to incidents that happen in BC. We look throughout North America, we look throughout the UK, we look through Australia, we look through similar systems to see what incidents they're having. We also have in-person regulator meetings to talk about what more can we do? How can we address these things? How can we get ahead of something? Is something coming that we don't know about, right? So we have open communication in many jurisdictions on how to share lessons learned.
Okay, thanks. And on that note, I was wondering if either Fortis or the BCER is interested, can comment on other locations, other communities that have a pipeline of this magnitude in proximity to this level of densification.
Well, I think as the operator, we should probably go first. So Fortis BC, we don't have pipelines of the same pressure necessarily, but we do have pipelines in the Lower Mainland, an extensive pipeline network, which is a larger diameter. And the potential impact from a pipeline is not just from the pressure, it's also from the volume of gas contained. So I would say it's fair to say that there may not be an identical pipeline to the one that's running through Squamish, but there are pipelines that are very similar to it in terms of potential consequences in the Lower Mainland as well.
Do you have something on this, Councillor Stoner? Okay.
You don't mind?
Yeah, you want
to? So just picking up on that, from what I hear, both the volume of the product that is moved through a pipeline as well as the operating pressure affect the risk profile. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then can I just confirm, so there's been perhaps anecdotal or political offhand comments, which are always risky to go against or hold your hat on, but reports in the media of potentially increase in interest from WLNG to expand the export volume from this facility 2 to 3 times. And so I just want to make sure that this pipeline has been built in consideration for that potential expansion, or if that would require a new pipeline or a different sort of standard to be addressed.
So I don't know the exact details of what the wood fiber expansion would entail, but what I can say is that the pipeline is designed to operate at a pressure today. It can't be increased after the fact. So the diameter and the operating pressure of that pipeline that's being constructed as part of the EG project is fixed.
And that's specific to the existing project as presented?
Correct.
Yeah. So no additional volume or pressure could be moved through,
Correct.
just what is allowed.
But on that note, is it so it's designed for 2.1 megatons per annum effectively?
The limiting factor today on the EGP project, I think, is fairly well known, which is the fact that we're not upgrading or twinning the pipeline section through the Coquitlam watershed. If that section was upgraded as well, so it was looped, right now it's I'll say a bottleneck essentially in the system without any further changes. So the existing EGP project would remain exactly as it is. However, if that section was also twinned, then yes, there would be a possible more deliveries to wood fiber.
Okay, thanks. And I just had another question that might tie into some of our earlier ones, just talking about basically the tools that BCER can impose, can implement to bring people into, so we're looking for conformity, if you will. Compliance, that's the one I'm looking for. And if you could just kind of walk me through what it looks like for, let's say, a non-compliance to get escalated through your system, and at what point does kind of a punishment, if you will, come down, like a fine, and what are the kind of tools that you have to ensure compliance?
Yeah, so we do have a wide variety of tools that are available to us, starting on the low end from the issuance of non-compliances, escalating upwards to tool sets that are set out under the Energy Resource Activities Act, such as general orders. And then we also have administrative monetary penalty provisions. The decision in using any of our compliance tools is related to the situation at hand that we're dealing with. We're weighing in the nature of the noncompliance, potential or real impacts to public safety, the environment, the compliance history of a permit holder, their willingness to correct the identified noncompliance. So it's not to say that we must do one thing before we act. We don't start with a noncompliance and then we can exercise some larger tools. It's a dynamic decision that happens on a case-by-case basis. If the situation requires for it, we can immediately escalate up into some of our larger tool sets in the orders or pursuing administrative monetary penalties. So there's a large suite of tools that we can utilize, and that but underlying it's the situation at hand kind of determines which tool set is best used to correct the noncompliance, promote the noncompliance from not happening again in the future, and promoting broader safety and environmental protection.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. And who can lodge noncompliance concerns? Who can alert the BCER about a potential noncompliance? Like any member of the public, and how do they do that?
Any member of the public could. We have some communication tools on our website. So there's web admin forms, and then we also have our 1-800 number that is links into our emergency officer program, which is monitored 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Stoner, did you have more questions? No? Okay, then it's on to Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to come back because I find you need to be really precise with the questions and answers. So the current pipeline as it is it correct to say it has a max delivery capacity annual of 2.1 to 2.5 mm? I guess, is that megatons? Is that the unit? And like, what is the current capacity as a number annually?
I don't recall Woodfiber's exact delivery throughput. I believe it's in the range of 2 million tons per annum, yes, of LNG. But you made the reference to the pipeline's capacity. It's actually a better terminology to use there would be it's the system's capacity. So the combination of our upstream system in the Lower Mainland, our compression that we're installing, the new pipeline that's getting built, all of those together will allow a delivery capacity to wood fiber in the range of 300 million cubic feet per day.
Which works out to about 2.1, 2.5, whatever the unit is per year.
Correct.
Okay. And the limiting factor is the Coquitlam section right now.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I guess the next question is the BCER, and going back to some of I know there's some folks wanted to move off the Kitimat flare question, but in the interest of building trust, and I would encourage Fortis to consider like just some of the basic risk numbers would help us a lot. And I don't think they disclose anything. And that would be a great way to build some trust and sort of give the BCER an opportunity here to help build a bit of trust. There's some researchers, including some folks out of UVic, that are just trying to do some climate modeling based on wood fiber, their flare stack. I guess they did an FOI and the information didn't come through in January. I understand from a chief article that information is now at the BCER. So can we have a commitment to give just some basic number of stacks, stack height, and I can give you the 5 questions that we can have that information so we can do this climate modeling and understand what we're heading into so we can do some planning and our community is interested in this. So is that something the BCER can share with us now? Because I understand, again, from the chief that you do have that data.
I don't think anybody on the call is familiar with the chief article you're referring to, or the FOI. So I don't think that's a commitment we can make today.
Okay, is it possible to make a commitment that you can come back with that information at a later date, perhaps in like a letter to council or something? I think you're quite explicit with what the requests were, and you can repeat them if you like.
Yeah, it's number of stacks, stack height, exhaust gas velocity, exhaust gas exit temperature, inner diameter of the stacks. Just those 5 pieces of info is all we need.
Councillor Stoner?
We'll take note of that and see what we have that we are able to make available.
Thanks. Councillor Stoner, did you have something to add? Dare I say I'm at the end of my speakers list? Oh, Mayor Herford, how you doing?
I've a motion if we're ready for that, Chair.
Are there any more questions? Okay, what's your motion, Mayor Herford?
Two-part. First part is that we receive the both reports for information, and further to that, that once an application is submitted regarding flaring, that the BCER and WLNG be invited back to present.
Can I make an amendment or add a point that council craft a letter to the BCER to the effect of what Councillor Pettengill is asking for those five pieces of the flaring information so we can do climate modeling. Was that anywhere near English? Oh, Councillor Stoner's got something to say.
Before that gets added to a motion, I would just like to seek clarity on who is doing that climate modeling, if it's our staff, and if it makes sense. Like, I appreciate the interest in trying to pursue that information, just cognizant of the things that we're asking for from this body, and then how we would then share that information. It's not our information to share. It's either Wood Fiber's information to share or BCER's information to share. And it hasn't been asked for by us in the past. I think it's been asked for by researchers who have, so I'm just curious why we would, like, if we receive that information, we might not be able to disclose it under FOI.
I guess my ask would be for it to be disclosed to the researchers. I don't need to see it myself.
Does it help for us to write a letter to that effect then? Okay, that would be my amendment. Should we vote on the amendment?
Hold on.
Boyd?
Yeah, my original motion hasn't been seconded, just to situate us. So.
Okay, do we have a second for Mayor Herford's amendment? Okay, yeah. Seconded by Councillor Pettengill.
So, and the motion is and I think the other piece around the request for information, I think that wasn't included in this motion, but I do think that that's a conversation we should have subsequent to this motion, just to be clear. I think it's important. There was some discussion today around, promises made and commitments and these types of things. And I think really, if we think about what permits should be, it's really a promise, both from the regulator and the proponent, as to what's going to happen, how, when, and what those constraints are. So I think that these we've heard today, we've had some answers, and we've had some pieces that I guess we just weren't able to get at, which is disappointing. I think what's happening right now at LNG Canada is really concerning for me. And when I think about, when on the same site we had a pulp and paper mill operating, and I've heard stories of, not being able to see across the school field to the other side because the wind's blowing the wrong way. That was better in my father's time. In my time, it was when the wind was blowing the wrong way, you could smell it. Some would say that was the smell of money. Others would say that it stunk. And I think that so each airshed is its own piece, and I think this is incredibly important for us here as the next step of this process. Now, for the folks Fortis. Thank you for presenting on the project today. There was reference in your presentation to the pre-read or the slide deck, which we did not have in advance, which I would appreciate if we could have to add to the record. And in future, it's frankly an expectation. Thank you, BCER, for sharing what you can. I do think that the second part of my motion is having that conversation around flaring and trying to get some of those lessons learned, and trying to understand what that means for us. I appreciate that today was about safety. I suppose I'm leaving with some answers, but I'm also leaving with, in some ways, with even more questions. So I'm going to have to sit with that and figure out how best to have those addressed over time. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thank the mayor for the motion and the words, and someone else spoke to it, but part of the historical context, maybe this is relevant for the BCER. We had a copper mine, which is apparently the most productive in the Commonwealth, and they killed the sound, and somehow managed to leave and not pay for it. And taxpayers, last count I heard was over 100 million taxpayers paid to clean that up. And there's an ongoing treatment plant that taxpayers are still paying for. And so this great, wonderful industry left us with the costs. And so we've worked really hard as a community. The whole Howe Sound and the biosphere has worked really hard to bring life back to the sound. And so there's very low tolerance for small amounts of effluent. It's a very, very sensitive topic, and it doesn't feel, if this was the one thing, but when you add it to the flare stack, you add it to all the documented instances on the CGL pipeline, and we could go on and on and on. And, individually, there might be fantastic engineers on all these teams, but somehow when all these things are coming together, we're not seeing the promises being kept of what the vision is, of what the words are, the vision statement on the BCR website, what, proponents claim they're going to do. It doesn't end up coming to pass. And so somehow, folks, we need to find a way to do better. I thank you, though, for coming, and I hope actually, there can be some thought about this, and we can get some of that basic info, which doesn't need to disclose any security information, just for us to understand the risk so we can do our land planning. That's all we're asking for. We know we don't get to regulate where the pipeline goes. We just want to be able to do proper land planning to our risk tolerances. And I think it's a simple request. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comments? Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for being here today and answering our questions for well over an hour. As you can see, our community has lots of them. And as to Councillor Pettingill's point, I think that's just because we're particularly sensitive about the work that we've done to make sure that we uphold a strong standard in our community and expectation. And part of that is having dialogues like this. And I do hope that they happen more frequently. I think this is an important way to share information. I appreciate today that this was a result of a council motion that was really intended to be focused on pipeline safety and try and address some of the questions we had around how we do our jobs as land use managers and planners with this new risk that does go through our community. And I appreciate learning a little bit more in detail around that risk assessment and where perhaps there are still numbers that are outstanding where I can place it. So in our official community plan, we have done a lot of work on this, and we have the as low as reasonably practical zones. And we've defined those risks for our community for natural hazards. And so that's, I think, the piece where I still am trying to figure out where on this chart can I place the pipeline, and then where do we do that land use planning to assess against that risk. But I do have a little bit more confidence in the work that is going on here, the planning that is going on in terms of emergency management and response. I was actually, before the mayor put a motion forward, going to consider putting a motion forward that would actually request the BCER to encourage you to come to Squamish to conduct public engagement here in our community, mostly to support understanding, education, and trust building, and what you folks do as regulators, your roles, your responsibilities with respect to both the EGP and the wood fiber project. They are big projects in our community. You folks will have more of a presence, I hope, in our community. And I think what I've heard is a lot of fear that is largely built in mistrust of the institutions. And perhaps that's driven by some of the track record. But I also hear from really good folks who are trying to do good work. And part of this, I think, is rebuilding an understanding of the various roles at different orders of government. You folks aren't the only ones who are dealing with a bit of a crisis on trust in public institutions. But better understanding the work that you do, how you're funded, the roles that you take in making sure that these projects are regulated and held to the standard for public safety and environmental standards, I think is really important, and something that I would just leave you with thinking about is how do we work together to help our community have these conversations. Something that I've heard from industry, it would be better if we all had more trust in this system, because then we would waste less time trying to fight each other. And so how we have those conversations in an open, transparent manner, I hope that we're all focused on that. Thanks.
I have Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thanks. Trust is a big piece of building projects like this. BCER, trust is one of the reasons why your words relied so much on the professional roles of engineers. Trust is built on transparency and accountability. And in these two examples that I can extract in this case, transparency, for us to be, to consider the low risks that do exist for the pipeline coming through this community, I would appreciate transparency on what that level of risk is, numerically and quantitatively. On accountability, I think that for BCER, I think that we're seeing as a community small challenges to the accountability of things like effluent in excess of permit. And if we look to communities further abroad, concerns about accountability with LNG Canada and their flaring. And so those are the concerns. Those are concerns that that I have in building trust that the execution of this project will meet the permit requirements and will do what everybody's promised to do. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I take it that the motion that we are to address at the present time from Mayor Herford involves that if an application is submitted from WLNG regarding flaring, that the BC Energy Regulator and WLNG be invited back to present to council. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Mayor Herford, did you have a?
Sorry, I was just passing it to the my notes to the minute taker, but it is about once an application is submitted, I debated between submitted and received, same. Once there's that application has been made, that both those parties be invited to present to council on same.
Thank you. I'm happy to go along with this. It will be a dialogue exercise and presumably an education exercise for us and the public. As Mr. Turner has related, there has been no application submitted as yet from WLNG for a permit relating to air emissions from flaring. Air quality guidelines are applied by the province provincially. Mr. Turner is also related. In fact, about 10, 12 years ago, our district of Squamish removed itself from the body that oversaw a regional airshed air quality management plan. It also later removed funding from that body, and presumably because it was identified as a lower priority. It's a bit of a beef for me because I sat before I was on council on that body. I think we might consider, I don't need to amend the motion, also inviting a BC Ministry of Environment Air Quality Division representative to meet with us, to meet with council also, so that we can build familiarity and hopefully confidence in how we manage air quality in our airshed. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other comments from council? Okay, well then I'll make my own. I'd like to thank our externals for coming in today for this conversation. It was very important. We've been, trying to basically get some of these answers for a long time for our community. I think it's very important to acknowledge that there are a lot of concerns in our community around what appears to be a pattern of a lack of enforcement for perhaps over 1,000 outstanding infractions on behalf of the BCER. And I appreciate that the BCER is staffed by highly qualified personnel. Nobody is questioning that. But yet there is still apparently this gap. And we're here with reports of BCER effectively finding ways for both LNG Canada to work around their flare stack issues through amendments, and here with Fortis, and if I'm not mistaken, also finding workarounds for them for dumping over 365 million liters of excess effluents into our UNESCO World Biosphere. So this is a serious issue in our community. And going back to what Councillor Stoner was saying, it would be great to do some community work on behalf of the BCER because trust is incredibly low. And, you know, with good reason. My background is in the mining industry. And when I hear unenforced infractions, what I think of is the Mount Poly mine, which had many known and non-enforced infractions before it devastatingly failed. So that was obviously not the BCER since it's mining and not the fossil fuel industry, but they are sister industries and they share a lot of safety concerns and frankly a similar environmental and social history. So all that being said, I'm supporting the motion of receiving the information, and I do hope that the BCER remains accessible to our community for their concerns and responsive to our community for their concerns, as there are quite a few. There's a lot of discomfort in our community around this project specifically, and especially around the flaring piece, which hopefully we will talk about at a future date. Okay, having said that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And then I guess I'll make a motion of my own. What's that, Councillor Stoner? Yeah. Calm down now. I'll wager a motion of my own to get the information that Councillor Pettengill is looking for. So for council to write a letter to the BCER requesting those 5 pieces of information that, do you want to read them out as part of the motion?
Yeah, number of stacks, stack height, exhaust gas, exit velocity, exhaust gas, exit temperature, inner diameters of the stacks in reference to wood fibers flare.
Okay. For council to write a letter requesting this information from the BCER, and I'll speak to it if seconded. Seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Actually, I'll let you speak to it.
Yeah, and this is fine if it needs to just be shared with the researchers. So there's researchers from UBC and UVic wanting to do some, they have the software and the tools to do modeling of the air quality impacts to share with our community. And so I think this is a worthwhile endeavor with PhDs to do this modeling and understand best and worst case scenarios, and so we can do some of our own planning, and so can the community to understand what we're looking at and put some truth where there is right now just a lot of conjecture.
Thanks. Does anybody else have any comments? Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, I will support the motion with the information going directly to the researchers. I think it's always important that we provide as much information as possible to public research bodies to do the work. I just want to make sure that we weren't setting expectations that our staff were doing that research. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
This question for the mover or the seconder. Is there a reason why the request is to the BCER and not to WLNG specifically?
My understanding is that wood fiber has so far refused, and that BCR is required to have this information. And so I guess it is our ask from the BCR to provide it. You know, if they decide they can't or won't or whatever, then I guess that's the next discussion to have. But I'm not trying to prejudge that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Stoner.
I'll amend the motion that we make the request to both the BCER and WLNG.
All in favor of the, are you seconding the amendment by Councillor Hamilton, and call the question. All in favor of the amendment? That's Hamilton, Stoner.
to announce the opposed.
Okay, opposed by Anderson. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing. I am just so confused by the motion that I'm going to abstain. I just don't understand what we're up to in precise detail that for my comfort. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so that councillor read a letter to the BCER and Woodfibre LNG requesting the following pieces of information about the Woodfibre LNG project, which are the 5 pieces that Councillor Pettengill mentioned, to be provided directly to the researchers at UBC and UVic. You got to choose yes or no, Eric. Sorry, Councillor Anderson.
I would prefer that we, because I feel having been involved in air quality management planning in this airshed, that we try also as best we can to build familiarity with how air quality is actually regulated here and who are the agencies and processes that are involved. I think that'd be helpful. And alongside this information request, I don't have any objection to it, but we have a context that we're going to be managing ongoing. Air quality is not connected to wood fiber. We have air quality issues other than wood fiber, and we should be aware of how they are managed and regulated. So I would just hope that we will be mindful of the need to build community familiarity and our familiarity with how these processes work. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the question again because you have to choose what.
Sorry, if I could, it doesn't sound like it's as big of a concern, but I just want to check with our corporate officer on the concept of abstaining from a vote, just to get some clarity there. I know that might not be, you may have changed your mind, but let's get some clarity on that. Just for it could be a timely reminder, but we haven't dealt with this in my time here. Could you, Ms. Von Budow, could you speak to that?
Yes, Melissa Von Budow, corporate officer. Our practice is to record votes in opposition. So if the councillor chooses to vote to abstain from voting, they'll be recorded in voting for. We only record opposition to a motion.
Yes.
Chair, I will be voting in support of the resolution. I was helpful to have it read aloud, and I was happy to be able to have made my comment as I did. Thank you.
All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Councillor Stoner, do you have something to say?
I'd like to propose a motion to terminate this meeting.
I like it. Councillor Hamilton seconds. All in favor? Chris is not in favor. Thank you. That's.
Didn't vote on the main motion.
What? Oh, sorry.
As amended, we voted on the amendment.
Okay. So which motion are we voting?
Shame on Forrest. Shame on you all.